Chapter 304. The lakeside of the Lotus Lake was already crowded with people. Most of them were Confucian scholars. Their clothes were fluttering in the wind, and they looked indescribably elegant. In such an environment, even if one wasn't a refined scholar or a lecherous MO2, one would still have to pretend to be like this. Many young people pretended to be refined scholars while glancing at the faces, bodies, breasts, waists, and other places of the young girls passing by. Then they tried their best to pretend to be upright like a courageous and upright gentleman. They hoped that the beauty would take a fancy to them and think that they were reliable and would repay them with their bodies. However, they didn't know that the more they acted like this, the more hopeless it was. Women didn't like hooligans, and they didn't like pointless chatter. But if you didn't even dare to chat, then you wouldn't have as many chances as a hooligan, Lotus, and Heart. 3 big camps were faintly formed. One group was wearing purple, one group was wearing white, and the other group was wearing black. Chu Yang looked from afar and knew that this group of people wearing black was Jun Lulu's camp. This nephew was worthy of being called Dark Bamboo. Even the music competition had a faint aura of an underworld society at the center of the Lotus Lake. There were also many large boats gathered together to form an extremely large platform. It stood tall, and 7 colored ribbons were fluttering in the wind. Bursts of music were drifting in all directions. The competition hadn't started yet, but this place was already bustling with activity. Too many merchants and peddlers seized the opportunity to enter. They were using this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money. This was a great business opportunity. Usually, even stingy people wouldn't bargain at this moment. They would slaughter to their heart's content. Chu Yang was wearing black clothes. He was slowly walking among the willow trees on the shore. His thoughts were flying, and he seemed to be aimless. His heart was also in a bit of a mess. Duke, you had already left for Jun Lu's big ship. But the words he said before he left had opened up a mystery in Chu Yang's heart. It also made his heart flutter in the night. He finally knew why the blue-clothed man had suddenly disappeared. He must have been summoned back by the clan. But after hearing this news, Chu Yang's heart suddenly had an indescribable feeling. When the black-clothed man was there, he tried every possible way to make Chu Yang go home with him, or take out the jade pendant to have a look. But Chu Yang also tried every possible way to escape. It wasn't that he didn't want to solve the mystery of his birth, but he was terrified. Chu Yang, who had lived 2 lives, had already seen through life and death. The only thing left in his heart was a trace of obsession. However, this was the only thing that made him feel terrified. Although Chu Yang was trying to avoid it, he faintly felt that more than half of his life experience was related to the baby that the Chu clan had abandoned years ago. There was anticipation in his heart, but there was also resistance and fear. This was Chu Yang's conflicted feelings about his life experience. But if he had really been ruthlessly abandoned, then Chu Yang would feel much more relaxed. After severing this part, he would no longer have any attachments. It was no big deal for him to wander the world. Because he didn't have any extravagant hopes in the first place, there was no disappointment. Even if he hated them, he couldn't kill them, right? But now he knew that they might have been lost. This feeling was much more complicated. Chu Yang sighed softly. He leaned against a willow tree and looked up at the sky through the green branches. The 3 enlightened beings were above his head. At this moment, the surrounding people suddenly quieted down. At the same time, a sound of orderly footsteps was heard in front of him. A group of great Zhao soldiers who were dressed in neat military uniforms walked over in an orderly manner. Chu Yang looked around and saw that the entire Lotus Lake was full of soldiers. There were also some plain-clothed people who were clearly experts in martial arts. They were quietly mixed in with the crowd. Have you heard? This time's 3 Masters Conference is very important. Even Prime Minister Dawu is coming. No wonder the security is so tight. I didn't expect Prime Minister Dawu to have such refined interests, Chu Yang frowned. Diwu Qingro is coming? Why? Chu Yang didn't believe that Diwu Qingro would have such leisure time. The most important thing for Diwu Qingro to do now was to be busy in his prime minister's mansion. If he really came, then he must have a purpose. Moreover, it must be a very important and big purpose. But what was worth Diwu Qingro's personal visit? At this moment, a burst of flute music suddenly rose in spirals. It spiraled up into the sky and seemed to cover up all the sounds of the Lotus Lake. The sound of the flute slowly spread out. It was actually the song Immortal Guest from the Heavens. It was full of joy and joy. Everyone who heard it couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression on their faces. At the same time, a pleasure boat slowly approached the shore. A group of people dressed in white neatly got off the boat and walked towards Chu Yang's direction. Chu Yang leaned against a tree and looked at the approaching people with an expressionless face. "Are you the big fish pulling the boat that day?" The white-clothed people approached. The leader respectfully saluted and asked, "The big fish pulling the boat that day?" Chu Yang was speechless. What kind of a dress was this? However, he smiled bitterly in his heart. The other party didn't know him. It was understandable for them to address him as nephew. "What's wrong?" "My elder sister Xiaoyu heard about Mr. Strange incident that day. She is very grateful to Mr. She wants to invite Mr. to come on the boat for a chat. I don't know if Mr. will agree." This person's attitude was very respectful and even somewhat cautious. "Your elder sister Xiaoyu." Chu Yang's eyes flashed. "Transverse flute master?" "Yes," the big man unconsciously stuck out his chest and said proudly. Chu Yang understood. He had thought that the song Immortal Guest from the Heavens was meant to welcome Diwu Qingro. He hadn't expected that it was meant to welcome him. However, this song was meant to welcome Diwu Qingro when he arrived. It was also meant to please Diwu Qingro. It could be said that it was a win-win situation. However, if this transverse flute master Xiaoyu knew that her song had welcomed Diwu Qingro and King of Hell Chu at the same time, wouldn't her expression be very interesting? "Tell your elder sister Xiaoyu that I will come on the boat to visit her." "But not now," Chu Yang said with a smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the first king level master of the Golden Horse Riders Department, Jing Menghan, walking towards him with a pleasantly surprised look on his face. So he had no choice but to decline this person's invitation. Jing Menghan quickly walked over while they were talking. He cupped his hands in greeting. "What a coincidence! So Mr. is here. No wonder I feel that the air in this willow forest is so fresh and refreshing." He didn't even look at the white-clothed people. The white-clothed people were about to get angry when their leader recognized that this person was the one who had been following Diwu Qingro. He was startled. He saluted Chu Yang and quickly retreated. Chu Yang smiled insincerely and said, according to King Level Master Jing's words, "It seems that I will have to live in Prime Minister Diwu's mansion. Prime Minister Diwu will be able to feel relaxed and happy every day." Jing Menghan looked up to the sky and laughed out loud. He then said, "Prime Minister Diwu must be looking for something." Chu Yang secretly laughed in his heart. He thought, Diwu Qingro must be looking for something. Diwu Qingro will vomit blood if I live in his headquarters. "Mister, if you have nothing to do, how about we go on the boat?" Jing Menghan asked enthusiastically. "Forget it. I am used to being a wild crane. I don't like worldly etiquette." Chu Yang refused. It was true that he had changed his appearance, but being able to fool Jing Menghan didn't mean that he could fool Diwu Qingro. Chu Yang thought about how he had made ample preparations at Heaven Reaching Tower, but still couldn't dispel Diwu Qingro's suspicions. Chu Yang felt a lingering fear towards Diwu Qingro's powerful spiritual sense. If he was seen through again this time, then he would really be in trouble. "It's fine. Whenever Mr. comes, I will welcome you with all my heart." Jing Menghan didn't feel offended. He was still smiling. Ah, King-level Master Jing isn't accompanying the Prime Minister. Where are you going? Chu Yang asked in puzzlement, looking at Jing Menghun's appearance. It was clear that he was going to live somewhere else. Ah, there is a small matter. The Prime Minister asked me to deal with it. On the way, I will go back to get some things. Jing Menghun said, Go back to get some things? Chu Yang's mind suddenly became active. What a coincidence. I also want to go there to buy some herbs. Let's go together. Chu Yang's attitude suddenly became enthusiastic. Good, good. Jing Menghun was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. This mysterious master was willing to travel with him. This proved that the relationship between the two sides had become closer. The two walked side by side and quickly walked. What kind of herbs does Mr. need? Jing Menghun asked while walking. Ah, there is nothing I can do. Chu Yang said, The day before yesterday, I had a battle with Mr. Yu. I was injured. I was looking for some spirit herbs to recover. But where can I find them in the lower three heavens? Besides, my sword was destroyed by that guy in the battle. I need some good steel and metal. Speaking till here, Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and said, These things are easy in the upper three heavens. But here, let's not talk about it. Upper three heavens? Easy in the upper three heavens. Jing Menghun's eyes suddenly lit up. If Mr. Yu doesn't mind, I have some top-quality materials. Jing Menghun came forward and said, But I am afraid that the best quality materials in Mr. Yu's eyes are only ordinary goods, but it is better than nothing. Chu Yang turned his head and looked at him. He finally smiled and said, Forget it. It is not easy for you to collect these materials in the lower three heavens. I will just find 2 pieces of iron. Jing Menghun anxiously said, Mr. Yu, I am sincere. The materials are precious. But how can they compare to the importance of a friend? Ah. Chu Yang stared at him and muttered, If that is the case, I will take Mr. Yu immediately. Jing Menghun's eyebrows were raised in joy. Well, I owe you one more time. Chu Yang sighed. He thought, You can't blame me for this. It was you who wanted to reveal the secrets of the Golden Horse Riders Department in front of me. Jing Menghun's body suddenly felt light. He almost laughed out loud to vent his excitement. Mr. Yu, please. May I ask, Mr. Yu's surname? King-level expert Jing asked cautiously. My surname. Chu Yang looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. He softly said after a long time, My surname is Yi. Chapter 305. In the temporary headquarters of the Golden Horse Riders Department, Yin Wu Fei's room. Yin Wu Tian's head was wrapped in bandages as he sat on a small stool. He was holding a basin of water to wash his brother's feet. The hot water was steaming hot. After carefully washing his feet, he used a clean towel to wipe them clean. Then he held Yin Wu Fei's feet and gently placed them on the mattress. Then he massaged Yin Wu Fei's lower body from top to bottom. Well, don't bother. Yin Wu Fei closed his eyes and said in disappointment, Crippled is crippled. I can feel it. Although there's nothing wrong with the muscles outside, the meridians inside are already necrotic. Yin Wu Tian did not answer. He just silently circulated his martial energy to unblock his brother's meridians. The person who injured you, we can't afford to offend him. Yin Wu Fei suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yin Wu Tian's face as he asked gloomily. Yin Wu Tian still did not say anything. Yin Wu Fei sighed and muttered, Did you see second brother Kong today? I saw him. Yin Wu Tian took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, Second brother should be very comfortable and happy right now. Ha ha. Yin Wu Fei laughed bitterly and said, Kong Shang-Exa, that bastard, is very relaxed. He just closed his eyes and didn't care about anything. Ha ha. He looked at the wall in front of him in a trance. After a long time he said in a low voice, When we meet in the underworld in the future, I must find him and have a good fight. He risked his life to save a cripple like me. Haha, the last sentence was actually, he stopped talking as if he was lost in thought. Kong Shang Xian's desperate roar seemed to echo in his ears. Don't let me die with everlasting regret. It was as if he could see Kong Shang Xian fighting desperately in front of thousands of soldiers and horses, charging left and right. Don't let me die with everlasting regret. Yin Wu Fa finally murmured and said blankly, Wu Tian, if there is a day in the future, don't let me die with everlasting regret. Brother, Yin Wu Tian suddenly raised his head. What nonsense are you talking about? Back then, you and I were brothers. We roamed freely in the lower three heavens, killing and robbing. Later on, we collected money and took people's heads. We came carelessly and left carelessly amidst thousands of soldiers and horses. With one strike, blood flew and lives were lost. Later on, we saved second Brother Kong. The three of us laughed proudly in Jianghu. Although the world called us demons, those days were the happiest days of our lives. Yin Wu Fa smiled deeply as he reminisced. Later, Prime Minister Diwu found us and established the Golden Horse Riders Department. He promised us a high position and a high salary, wealth, splendor, and we were finally able to escape from the mountains and forests. Your elder brother did not want a high position and a high salary, nor did he want to bring honor to our ancestors. But I thought our future generations could not live in the wilderness like us, right? His eyes were full of sorrow as he said, Everyone says that we are king-level masters, but who would have thought that we are so inexperienced? Even when it comes to learning to read, we had to catch an old guy and force him to teach us. If other people don't speak clearly, we can't understand them. Even if they scold us, do our future generations have to be like that too? That's why I accepted Prime Minister Diwu's invitation. I did not do it for this superior position. Yin Wu Fa smiled miserably. Since we came to the province, the Golden Horse Riders Department has been growing bigger and bigger. Every time we acted, we were successful. Under Prime Minister Diwu's strategic planning, we were almost invincible. We became the king of the dark and gloomy world of the lower three heavens. But we were not happy. Originally, the three of us brothers ate and drank together every day. But ever since we lived a life of luxury, the three of us got together and drank together. This was very rare. Last year, second Brother Kong died in battle. Yin Wu Fa took a deep breath. His voice became hoarse. From now on, the three of U.S. brothers will never be able to sit at the same table and drink together again. Yin Wu Tian did not speak. He was silently massaging Yin Wu Fa, but his face became more and more sorrowful. There will never be such a day again. Yin Wu Fa smiled unconsciously. Then 2 drops of tears suddenly rolled down his cheeks as he said in a daze, and all of this is because of my decision to join the Golden Horse Riders Department. It was I who pulled second Brother Kong into the Golden Horse Riders Department, and second Brother Kong died in battle for me. The room suddenly became deathly silent. Only the breathing of the 2 brothers became heavier and heavier. Yin Wu Fa's eyes looked straight into the void. Then he suddenly said in a soft voice, "Little brother, I want to drink some wine." Yin Wu Tian did not answer. He did not go to get the wine. Instead, he said to himself, "Brother, do you know? When that man stepped on my chest and slapped me again and again, I wanted to kill myself by breaking my own heart. But I did not die in the end. I did not." Yin Wu Tian closed his eyes. Tears rolled down his cheeks. "I am not afraid of death. But I am afraid of humiliation. That kind of humiliation, if your body was in good condition, even if the humiliation was only half of that day, I would have died long ago. But I thought, if second brother died, what would happen to your body if I died as well?" Yin Wu Tian said in a hoarse voice, Prime Minister Dewu could not possibly raise you for a lifetime. Inwu Efe's face was gloomy and gloomy. His eyes flashed with a kind of longing as he said, "Little brother, wait until we destroy Iron Cloud and kill King of Hell Chu. We will take second brother's ashes back to the mountain. We will go back to the place where we came from. We will not come out for a lifetime, okay? Go back to the place where we came from. We will not come out for a lifetime." In Wu Tian repeated in a murmur. His eyes shone brightly as he said in a heavy tone, "Okay." The two brothers did not speak. One was lying down and the other was sitting. They had stopped all their movements and were quietly lost in thought. Their originally gloomy and untamed faces revealed a faint expectation. It seemed as if the life they had imagined was already in front of their eyes. The atmosphere in the room was dense and misty. Footsteps were heard outside. In Wu Tian looked out of the window and saw Jing Meng Hun walking quickly towards him. His face was full of excitement. Behind him was a young man with his hands clasped behind his back. He was strolling leisurely. It seemed as if he was sightseeing in the temporary headquarters of the Golden Horse Riders Department. In Wu Tian suddenly felt that this young man looked familiar. He was shocked when he saw him as he walked closer. In Wu Fa saw that his complexion was not right. He could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" "It's Big Brother Jing has returned." In Wu Tian swallowed his saliva. Fourth brother. Jing Meng Hun rushed into the room and said, "Fourth brother, you accompany Yi Gong to my private collection. If Yi Gong needs anything, there is no harm in taking it all away." "Your private collection?" In Wu Tian was about to say, "What private collection do you have? There is only one place where we both keep our treasures." However, he saw that Jing Meng Hun was repeatedly winking at him with an anxious expression. "Good." In Wu Tian immediately regained his composure and agreed. "Well, you do your best to take care of Yi Gong. But if you need anything, you don't need to go through me." Jing Meng Hun waved his hand in a very bold manner and said, "I will take something and go back immediately. The Prime Minister is still waiting for me." As he said this, Chu Yang slowly walked in. In Wu Tian's old face suddenly turned red as he recalled his shameful appearance that day. He sullenly stepped forward and saluted. "So it is Benefactor." "Fourth King Level Master In, you don't have to be so polite." Chu Yang looked at him with a smile. He seemed to know what In Wu Fa was thinking, so he kindly comforted him. "Victory and defeat are common in war. Fourth King Level Master, you know when to yield and when to stand tall. You are a true hero." In Wu Tian nodded with a grateful look in his eyes. At this time, Jing Meng Hun was afraid that Diwu Qingro would become anxious from waiting, so he hurriedly greeted Chu Yang. Then he repeatedly reminded In Wu Tian that he must accompany this distinguished guest and not disappoint him. After that, he hurriedly left. In Wu Fa, who was lying on the bed, struggled to get up. He looked at Chu Yang with a doubtful look in his eyes. When he saw Chu Yang, he didn't know why, but he had a faint feeling of déjà vu in his heart. But he had never seen this face before. In Wu Fa was deep in thought when he saw that Chu Yang had turned his head to look at him. He gently frowned and said, This is my elder brother, my blood-related elder brother." In Wu Fa introduced him. In Wu Tian introduced. Then his heart suddenly moved, and he stepped forward. His eyes revealed a fervent look as he said, "Duke Yi, I have a presumptuous request. My elder brother has been paralyzed in bed ever since he got injured. He can't feel the lower half of his body. Duke Yi has remarkable abilities. May I ask, what can you do?" "Injured." Minister Chu seemed puzzled as he asked, "What kind of injury could be so serious?" Many doctors in the province have not been able to find any injuries. In Wu Tian's face revealed an indignant look as he said, "I only know that the meridians in his lower body have suddenly necrotized for some unknown reason. Chu Yang frowned and said, "Oh, let me take a look." Of course, he knew why. He had been by Yin Wu Fei's side when he had been injured. It could be said that he was one of the main culprits. Now that he had come to diagnose, he would be much more accurate than the so-called divine doctor. He put on an act and extended 2 fingers to touch Yin Wu Fei's meridians. Then he closed his eyes slightly as if he was examining and contemplating. Yin Wu Fei and Yin Wu Tian were full of hope as they looked at his face. They were counting on this remarkable Duke Yi to have a solution. The meridians below the waist are broken, and they reach the thighs. As for the meridians below, they are safe and sound. But they have lost their source and have become rootless water. They are already useless. Chu Yang pretended to sigh and said, "The person who did this is very ruthless." Yin Wu Fei and Yin Wu Tian's hearts shivered as they said, "Please explain in detail." "It is invisible sword energy." Chu Yang's expression was heavy as he said, "The sword energy is very poisonous. It has completely destroyed the meridians in the waist. This injury is incurable." Invisible sword energy? Incurable? Both of them were frightened out of their wits. At the same time, they were puzzled in their hearts. When did he get hit by the invisible sword energy? Moreover, this invisible sword energy was attacked when he was completely defenseless. Chu Yang's face revealed a puzzled look. King-level Master Yin, with your king-level cultivation, how could you not feel anything? Only when you are completely defenseless would such a situation occur, and the strangest thing is that you don't know who did it. The complexions of Yin Wu Fei and Yin Wu Tian changed greatly. They looked at each other and saw the suspicion and resentment in each other's eyes. If that's the case, then this injury was definitely not caused by a chaotic battle. Chapter 306. In fact, Yin Wu Fei had always been curious about his injuries. In his memory, he had rushed out of the heavy encirclement. At that time, after being rescued by Kong Shang Xan, he had used his 2 legs to run back. At that time, he was sure that he had not received such an attack. And this kind of attack was obviously a malicious attack. Then he fell into a coma for a month. After waking up, half of his body was paralyzed. During that month, only Cheng Yinji he had been by his side. However, there was a problem. Cheng Yinji, he obviously did not know martial arts. Where did he get the invisible sword energy? But if it was not for him, no one else would have had such an opportunity. Could it be that Cheng Yinji he had arranged for someone to do it? The 2 brothers looked at each other in doubt. They did not know that Chu Yang was even more surprised. When Cheng Yinji he had brought Yin Wu Fei back, he and Gu Duxing had seen Yin Wu Fei's corpse with their own eyes. Moreover, it had been frozen into an ice cube. How could he appear here alive and well? If Chu Yang had not been tempered like a steel bar in his 2 lives, he would have turned pale with fright. Seeing a ghost, really seeing a ghost. So this bastard is not dead. Chu Yang thought to himself. Seeing a ghost, really seeing a ghost. Yin Wu Tian muttered, "What the hell is going on?" The 2 brothers' faces were very ugly, but in front of an outsider like Chu Yang, it was not convenient to say it out loud. "Little brother, you accompany Yi Gong to do his business," Yin Wu Fei urged. He needed time to calm down and reflect on his grief. "Yes," Yin Wu Tian agreed. He turned around and said, "Yi Gong, please." The moment Chu Yang walked out of the door, Yin Wu Fei, who was lying on the bed, suddenly asked softly, "Yi Gong, are you from the Yi clan of the upper 3 heavens?" Chu Yang's footsteps paused. He did not turn around and said, "King-level Master Yin, you also know about the Yi clan?" After he finished speaking, he did not say anything else and walked away. Behind him, Yin Wu Fei's face showed a trace of relief. He really is from the Yi clan. No wonder Boss respects him so much. If he is from the Yi clan, then the familiar feeling in my heart, is it an illusion? After lying down for so long, even illusions began to appear. In Wu Fei's face was frighteningly gloomy. He mumbled, "Cheng, Yin, he—" With a cracking sound, his right hand, which was placed on the edge of the bed, unconsciously grabbed the edge of the bed and crushed it into pieces. "Duke Yi, please. This is our golden horse, our big brother Jing's private collection." Yin Wu Tian led Chu Yang through a few circles. Then they left the temporary general headquarters and arrived at the backyard of a house. They exchanged a few words, and the guards quietly hid on one side. Yin Wu Tian stretched out his hand and pressed on a big tree. A faint creaking sound was heard. The tree's dense branches suddenly moved to one side and revealed a huge flagstone. Moving the stone slab aside, a passageway leading downwards was created. "This is Prime Minister Diwu's backyard," Yin Wu Tian said indifferently. "It is also the safest place in the entire continent city." Diwu Qing Ro's backyard? Chu Yang's expression changed as he softly repeated the sentence. This was really unexpected. This was Diwu Qing Ro's backyard. Then, Diwu Qing Ro's hidden treasure, would it also be here? As they walked downwards, there were 3 stone doors in a row. Then, there were 3 doors made entirely of fine steel. Each door was several feet thick. Chu Yang was secretly dumbfounded. This kind of defensive density was simply unimaginable. So, what kind of treasures were hidden here? Finally, the space in front of them slowly became bigger. They walked to the end and saw 2 fine steel doors side by side. This place was probably more than 300 feet, or even 100 meters, underground. But it was surprisingly dry, without the slightest bit of moisture. Moreover, the air was fresh, just like on the surface. Just by looking at this hidden treasure house, one could tell how much manpower and material resources had been spent on it. This side has medicinal herbs. On this side, there are some rare and precious items. Yin Wu Tian explained. "What does Duke Yi need?" "I need some medicinal herbs. I fought with Duke Yu the other day for several days and nights. So I suffered some injuries. I need to heal them." Chu Yang casually said, "Moreover, my sword was broken by Duke Yu, so I need some materials to forge a new one." Yin Wu Tian was full of admiration. He had fought with Duke Yu for several days and nights, and had only suffered some minor injuries. Moreover, Duke Yu was able to break Duke Ye's sword. How could the public sword of the most powerful clan of the upper 3 heavens be ordinary goods? How about we look at the medicine first? Yin Wu Tian's attitude became more respectful. He said with concern, "You can't delay the treatment of your injuries." "All right." Chu Yang smiled and said, "4th King level master is really attentive." This was his praise for Yin Wu Tian's concern for his own injuries. "I'm not in a hurry. I'll look carefully." Chu Yang smiled gently and said, "This nephew is really beyond my expectations." Then he walked to the front of the first cabinet, pressed a button, and pulled it open. Suddenly, the unique fragrance of ginseng rushed into his nose. After it was pulled open, it was clear that there were 3 ginseng plants. They had a nose, eyes, arms, and legs. They were in human form. This row of 8 cabinets is full of ginseng. Starting from this one, there are ordinary wild ginseng, red jade ginseng, snow ginseng, blood ginseng, white ginseng, purple jade ginseng, grass, and so on. Each of them is more than 500 years old. Yin Wu Tian smiled as he introduced them. Chu Yang exhaled. He pushed the cabinet inside, and then pulled open the adjacent cabinet. However, his right hand was tightly attached to the outside of the previous cabinet. It seemed that he was unconsciously supporting it. Then he pulled open another cabinet and closed another one, but every time his right hand would press on the cabinet that was previously closed, he had checked more than a dozen cabinets in the blink of an eye. Chu Yang stood up. He shook his head helplessly and disappointedly and said, "The medicine is okay. It's a pity that it's not old enough. Let me look at these cabinets." Yin Wu Tian's face turned red with shame. Ah, the medicines here are priceless treasures, in my opinion. But Duke Yi has already looked at 12 cabinets, and he hasn't even seen a single one of them. The aristocrats of the upper 3 heavens are really different. This knowledge, this eyesight, this experience, this is the difference between realms. Then Dookie opened another cabinet. He looked at it a few times, closed it, and opened it again. The sword point of Calamity sword was so excited that it was going crazy. Happy. Too happy. Every time Chu Yang opened the cabinet and closed it, the sword Calamity would sneakily emerge from the fingertips of his right hand. Then it would silently drill into the cabinet that was already closed and feast on the contents of the cabinet. Speed. The sword point of Calamity sword seemed to know that time was pressing. For this reason, it didn't hesitate to reach an agreement with the sword point. As a result, the speed of absorption was godly. Once it went in, it would touch, and there would be nothing left. The ginseng that had been absorbed earlier had turned into small dried radishes. Not to mention the medicinal efficacy the sword point absorbed and the sword point transported. As their cooperation became more and more tacit, the speed of the 2 little guys became faster and faster. After absorbing more than a dozen cabinets, the sword spirit finally joined in, unwilling to be left out. It couldn't be helped. The sword point of Calamity sword was absorbing the essence. The remaining residue was also extremely precious medicinal efficacy. These were all piled up in Chu Yang's meridians. They were about to burst. Therefore, the sword point stole, and the sword point transported. The sword spirit was responsible for extracting them from his meridians bit by bit and extracting them into the space of Calamity sword. Everyone divided the work and cooperated happily. Minister Chu opened and closed the cabinets faster and faster. Bang. Open. Bang. Close. Bang. Open another one. Bang. Chapter 307. Inside this secret chamber, there were almost all the elixirs that Shamar Knight Department had plundered from all over the years. They had even extorted and robbed from others. There was also a considerable part of it, which was the property of the rich and officials after they had plagiarized the property of the rich and powerful. Almost everything that was valuable had been gathered here. Golden Horse Riders Department had a special appraisal system for this purpose. Only the high-grade items would be collected. Almost all the top forces of a country were operating at the same time. Moreover, this included unscrupulous methods. So how big was this base? Moreover, there was also Diwu Qing Ro's personal collection over the years. These were even more extraordinary. Most of them were given to Diwu Qing Ro by the sects protecting the country of Great Zhao. These big sects thought that they could take out were there any low-grade items. But now it was all a tragedy. King of Hell Chu was like a bandit crossing the border. He began to implement the 3 empty policy. Steal it all, take it all, rob it all. Then he had to earn a super innocent reputation and the magnanimity of the number 1 clan of upper 3 heavens. Think about it, this was very difficult. He had to do all the bad things. And he still had to be a saint. Minister Chu swept the floor with a disapproving look on his face. He shook his head from time to time and sighed. It's a pity. If it could be 300 years old. This is actually not bad. It's well preserved. It's a pity that the color doesn't turn white. It's missing some essence. This is not good. It's a pity that this blood lotus flower can't bloom for a few more years. It's only a few more years. What a pity. This excavation is not a professional. So many roots have been cut off. What's the use? What a pity. I'm speechless. This alchemy page. It's a pity. Treasure, heavenly matters sail. You people. What should I say? He complained and belittled while wantonly stealing under the eyes of others. He didn't put any of the rubbish that he himself had said 4th King level Master Ian, who had been accompanying him from the beginning, had been proud of himself. Now his face was red, and he couldn't speak. She was truly ashamed of herself. Things that were treasured by his own family were disdainful in the eyes of others. This feeling was truly indescribable. It didn't take long for Chu Yang to finish inspecting the large row on the left side. Then he moved to the right side. It was still a one-step process, opening, closing, and stealing. But this time he had to put on an act. He couldn't just sit there and not take anything, right? His standards were too high. Hence this, I'll reluctantly take one. He took out the smallest one among the 10. Well, Yigong, it doesn't matter if you take more, Yin Wu Tian said politely. You don't have much here. These things aren't very good, but they're still very rare in the lower 3 heavens. Chu Yang put on a sanctimonious appearance. He spoke with a noble character and unquestionable integrity. It's not appropriate for me to take more. These words made Minister Chu blush in his heart. What's wrong with taking an extra one? You've already taken everything. How can you say that? Yin Wu Tian sighed with emotion. This is truly the style of a great master. Just the fact that she was able to put herself in someone else's shoes was worthy of admiration. In less than 2 hours, Chu Yang had swept through all the cabinets. He was still not satisfied. He held 4 or 5 medicinal herbs in his hand. He turned his head to look at Yin Wu Tian and said, "These are barely usable." He seemed to have seen through Yin Wu Tian's doubts. He smiled and said, "King-level Master Yin, you don't know. My Yi clan's mental cultivation method is a bit special. Therefore, these healing items are also somewhat different from the rest. Well, if you had a treasure like a great wonder medicine, then you wouldn't need these." Chu Yang felt very strange. The quality of the herbs here is very good, and there are many of them. Almost every one of them is a rare medicinal herb. But I haven't seen a single one of those legendary great wonder medicines. This shouldn't be. Zhan Ji swallowed a piece of jade spirit ginseng. Where did it go? So that's how it is, Yin Wu Tian said with relief. Then his face exposed an awkward expression. But the great wonder medicine. I remember that Prime Minister has it, but it's a life-saving item. So he usually carries it with him. I don't know where it is, but Prime Minister isn't here. He's at the Lotus Lake. Why don't you wait for a while? Prime Minister will certainly be willing to take it out when he comes back. So that's how it is. Chu Yang smiled and said magnanimously, "It's not a problem. These are enough. There's no need to trouble Prime Minister Duwu. He had a guilty conscience as a thief. Plus, his identity was very sensitive. So, how could he dare to face Duwu Qingro? Let's go and see if there are any good materials for sword practice," Chu Yang said with a smile. "I hope we can gain something." He urged him to stop this guy from inspecting the warehouse again. "Yes, please. Come this way, Yigong." Yin Wu Tian clapped his hands and said happily, "The materials over there won't disappoint Yigong." "I hope so." Chu Yang smiled indifferently. He said in his heart, "Actually, I'm not disappointed with the herbs here. I'm very satisfied. I don't know if Duwu Qingro will cry if he finds out the 2 of them withdrew." Then Yin Wu Tian carefully locked the door. Then he started the engine and closed the door. He was busy for a while. Chu Yang waited with a smile on his face. In fact, he wanted to say, "Don't be so busy. There's nothing inside. You don't have to worry about anything even if the door is wide open." Then Yin Wu Tian opened the door on the other side and said, "Yigong, please." Chu Yang went in to take a look. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The inside was much bigger than the other side. There was a long passage that extended into several rooms. It was full of all kinds of materials, all kinds of ores, meteoric iron, star steel, golden dragon jade, black steel, red stone, white crystal, heavenly soul jade. All kinds of lights sparkled when the door opened. They almost dazzled Chu Yang's eyes. There are indeed a lot of materials. Chu Yang smacked his lips and sighed. Yin Wu Tian was happy at first. Then he became puzzled. Why are you sighing if there are a lot of materials? He didn't know that Chu Yang's sigh was really depressed. There were a lot of materials and they were very pleasing to the eye. But these materials were outside. They weren't covered. Moreover, a super light bulb was following him closely. How could he steal them? Therefore, Minister Chu sighed again and again. This time he was at his wit's end. It seems that I have to choose only a few pieces. This guy is really too greedy. He had collected so many medicinal materials. It could be said that he was returning from a rewarding journey. Although these ores were rare, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Whether it was the upper three heavens or the upper three heavens, there were many more ores than here. However, he couldn't take anything away even if he wanted to. This was really a depressing matter. Chu Yang stepped inside. Yin Wu Tian followed closely behind. This time, Minister Chu brought out his real skills and carefully selected the materials. This one. Chu Yang pointed at a piece of golden dragon jade. I will have to trouble King Level Master Yin to take it out for me. All right. Yin Wu Tian didn't say anything further. He moved the head-sized piece of golden dragon jade to the door. According to legend, golden dragon jade contained a strange power. Generally, this kind of jade was hidden in the depths of the earth. It was rarely seen. Chu Yang couldn't help but think, is this strange power the power of the dragon race from tens of thousands of years ago? However, he couldn't be sure about this. This one is also good. Chu Yang pointed at a fist-sized piece. Heavenly Soul Jade. No problem. Yin Wu Tian was very straightforward. He was even very happy. It seems that he has taken a fancy to many of the materials here. There is also this one. Chu Yang pointed at a large piece of purple crystal. This purple crystal wasn't small. It was about the size of half a pig's, but... All right. Yin Wu Tian diligently moved it out. There is also this one. Chu Yang resisted the excitement in his heart. He had already reached the innermost room. Unexpectedly, there was a head-sized piece of red cloud steel inside. This was really a pleasant surprise. Is there anything else? Yin Wu Tian asked. These are enough to forge a sword. Chu Yang smiled. He patted his forehead and said, I forgot the main material. I will take this piece of star steel. Since King Level Master Yin was still unsatisfied, it seemed that he hadn't reached his bottom line. Chu Yang naturally had to take advantage of this situation. He wouldn't have this kind of opportunity in the future. These. Minister Chu clapped his hands. No problem. I will help you move them out. Yin Wu Tian grinned. He thought, this Duke Yi is still reserved after all. There are so many materials, but he only wants so little. Although these are enough to forge several swords, but no one would complain about having too many of such good materials. If it were me, I would risk my life to move a few more pieces. The more I take, the more I get in return. Chu Yang smiled and elegantly said, I will compensate you for these things in the future. I have a habit in my life, and that is I never take advantage of others. So that's how it is. Yin Wu Tian suddenly realized. He said with admiration, there are very few people like Duke Yi in this world. Chu Yang nodded and smiled. He thought, there is only one person like me in the entire Fort Continent who can steal from others. There is no one else. Yin Wu Tian huffed and puffed as he carried a few pieces of ore. He wouldn't let Chu Yang reach out his hand no matter what. He played the role of a master. He escorted Chu Yang back to the temporary headquarters. Then they parted ways outside the headquarters. Chu Yang resolutely bid farewell. Yin Wu Tian desperately tried to persuade him to stay. But he couldn't persuade this distinguished guest to stay. He personally called for a carriage to send Duke Yi to forge a sword. Chu Yang sat in the carriage. The coachman cracked his whip, and the carriage slowly started to move. Yin Wu Tian stood at the entrance of the headquarters. He reluctantly waved his hand. He was very polite. Minister Chu gratefully waved goodbye. "You're really a good person." After walking for a while, the pieces of or disappeared with a whoosh sound. They had already entered the space. People were shouting and horses were neighing in front. A group of people and horses were coming over. It was Prime Minister Diwu. "Don't worry about them. We will go out of the city." Chu Yang snorted and arranged for the coachman. Chapter 308. After Minister Chu left the city, he immediately changed his appearance and went in the direction of Jun Lu's fleet. The musician identity that he had been planning for a long time was finally going to be put to use. The trip to Great Zhao is finally coming to an end. The Lotus Lake was in sight. Chu Yang's figure was like lightning as he passed through the willow forest on the shore. Suddenly he heard a chuckle and a crisp voice. "The big fish pulling the boat your back?" Chu Yang was startled and turned his head to look. He saw that under the willow tree where he was leaning on before he left, there was a young girl in white. She had delicate features, and her eyes were very lively. She looked like an adorable little girl at first glance. Miss, I don't think we've met before. Why are you looking for me?" Chu Yang stopped and walked to a distance of 40 feet from the young girl. "Humph! I asked you to go, and you didn't want to go. I had no choice but to look for you." The young girl in white wrinkled her nose and said, "Besides, I'm just a flute player. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know." "Ah, transverse flute master. I've long heard of your great name." Chu Yang nodded indifferently and said, "I didn't expect that the world-famous transverse flute master would be such a little girl who makes people want to spank her." "You dare!" The young girl pouted coquettishly. She even raised her small white fist and shook it to show off her power. "What's the matter? Speak." Chu Yang was very anxious and somewhat impatient. As the world-famous transverse flute master, even if she was really a little girl, she would never be so naive and unaffected. This little girl looked cute, but she was a little pretentious. Perhaps this kind of acting would be able to deal with the vast majority of people in the lower 3 heavens, including the people of Jianghu. But for a 4th-grade revered sword artist like Chu Yang, who had a powerful divine sense and an agile perception, this kind of trick was still somewhat childish. "Hee hee." The young girl smiled and tilted her head to look at him. She said, "Actually, I don't have any other intentions. I just want to ask, which side do you belong to?" "I don't belong to any side," Chu Yang said indifferently. "Oh, then why did you disturb the flute master's appearance?" The young girl tilted her head and looked at him with sparkling eyes. She seemed very curious. "It's none of your business," Chu Yang bluntly said. "If you use these childish tricks to deal with me again, I won't say a word." This girl actually knows some charming techniques? The young girl was startled. She fixed her eyes on him. The naive look on her face gradually disappeared. Her eyes became calm and sharp. The face was still the same face, and the person was still the same person. However, the feeling he gave off was completely different. It was as if a sheep had suddenly been stripped of its sheepskin and turned into a lonely wolf. "The first time you saw me, how did you see through it?" the girl asked. Chu Yang curled his lips and said, "Nowadays, young girls are still so lovable and adorable even though they are in their 20s. It's already extinct. Otherwise, it would be a lunatic whose spiritual world is very abnormal." "Transverse flute master, are you a lunatic?" The girl was stunned. "Tell me your true purpose." Chu Yang was somewhat impatient. If she hadn't bumped into her the moment she returned, she wouldn't have even bothered with her. "Of course, I will tell you. However, I must first determine whether or not you are one of the Zither master's people." The girl's expression became serious. Her embarrassment from being seen through by Chu Yang had disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. the zither master came with 10 people. I have information on each of them. She fixed her eyes on Chu Yang. They didn't come with you. Moreover, you came here 10 days before the zither master arrived. Therefore, I thought that even though you disrupted the flute master's appearance, you might not necessarily be one of the zither master's people, right? You are very smart. I am not one of the zither master's people, Chu Yang bluntly said. That's good. The girl's expression turned cold as she said, Moreover, your martial arts are very high, especially when I sent people to catch that fish. The hook in the fish's mouth clearly showed that there was only one possibility. That is, you caught the fish underwater and stuffed the hook in. But the fish's scales were not damaged at all. This proves that your light body technique and agility are above the average person's. No one on my ship can match your dexterity and agility. The girl smiled slyly. What do you want to say? Be straightforward. Very simple. I will give you 100,000 taels of silver in exchange for you to do something for me. The girl smiled and gracefully took a step forward to show her perfect figure in front of Chu Yang. She softly said, Can I? No. Chu Yang bluntly refused. I am not interested. 100,000 taels of silver is a lot. Plus a sword, how about it? The girl said unyieldingly, That is the top divine sword in the continent. It has been passed down for more than 1,000 years. Autumn water. I am not interested in spring water, let alone autumn water. Why would Chu Yang care about a sword now? Take a piece of iron essence and casually use calamity, sword to cut it. It is much sharper than those so-called famous swords. If Xiao Hong girl gracefully turned around in front of him and looked at him with her limpid eyes. She gently bit her lips and asked shyly, Only if you add yes. What about me? Chu Yang finally became vigilant. He carefully looked at her and said, Miss, you are paying such a big price. What do you want to do? Do you agree or not? The girl asked. I agree. Chu Yang decisively said. How can I not be tempted with such a beautiful girl in front of me? A promise? The girl stretched out her jade-like hand. A whip on a fast horse. Chu Yang righteously said. As a person of Jiang who, promises are the most important. You should know this. Good. Smack. The two's palms hit each other. The girl felt relieved and smiled. People of Jiang who always kept their promises. People who betrayed their promises were the most despised. She naturally didn't doubt him. She moved closer to Chu Yang's ear and whispered, I am paying such a big price because I need you to steal a zither for me. How about it? Steal a zither? Chu Yang frowned and suddenly remembered. In his previous life, Jun Lu, who was supposed to win the title of the world's #1 in the Three Masters Grand Tournament, suddenly lost her precious zither and suffered a crushing defeat. Afterwards, the flute master and the flute master's clans were razed to the ground by the people of the Dark Bamboo. Not a single chicken or dog was left alive in the entire flute clan. It turned out that the main culprit was this delicate little girl in front of him. What was even more unexpected was that after his rebirth, this kind of shady business would fall on him. Zither master's zither? Chu Yang asked. Zither master's zither. The flute master nodded. Why, don't tell me you don't have confidence? Chu Yang asked. He couldn't help but feel somewhat strange. The Three Masters Grand Tournament were all arrogant. How could this girl suddenly make such a stupid move? I once listened to Zither Master's zither, in Iron Cloud. The girl snorted and said, I am not as good as her. Even though I am not as good as her, I am stronger than Xiao Ju. So you stole someone else's zither? If that's the case, what's the point even if you win? Chu Yang said. Why are you asking so much? You have already agreed. The flute master chuckled and said proudly, I only want the title of #1 in the world. I don't want anything else. I am just curious. This kind of thing should be very secretive. Why are you looking for an outsider like me? Chu Yang asked in puzzlement. This was what he was really curious about. Was she not afraid of leaking the secret? Because the people from my side, Zither Master also has information. Moreover, the more people from our two clans are involved, the tighter the security is. But you are different. You ruined Xiao Ju's appearance. This is the most advantageous for Zither Master. Therefore, as long as you show up, Zither Master's people will automatically look for you. Moreover, they will be very close to you. This way, you seem to be an outsider, but your chances are much greater than anyone else's. The girl counted with her fingers and sneered. Zither Master has always thought of herself as noble and virtuous. But when she can take advantage of others, that lowly servant girl is also very happy. Your real purpose is just for this kind of false reputation. Chu Yang slanted his eyes. So that's how it is. My mother caught a fish to pull the boat, and it actually attracted this kind of thing? The best in the world. The girl said bitterly, even if it is a false reputation, I still want it. The best in the world. You are not worthy. Chu Yang spat and said disdainfully, if it were not for Jun Lulu's insistence on winning fair and square, Chu Yang would have strangled this reckless girl to death at this moment. You are scolding me? The girl opened her eyes wide. She was somewhat inexplicably angry. You are scolding me? Scolding you? Not only will I scold you, but I will also hit you. Motherfucker, I really want to kill you. Chu Yang waved his hand and slapped her. He did not have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. The slap startled the girl. You promised. The girl covered her face and said angrily. He cried out in grief and indignation. As a man and as a Jianghu man is your promise, your oath so worthless. Promise? Promise? Chu Yang sneered. What promise? You. The girl was extremely indignant. Even in her dreams, she would not have thought that it would be like this. You just said that a word from a gentleman is as good as a whip. Are you serious? Don't you understand? Minister Chu glared at him and shouted, even if I don't keep my promise, what can you do about it? Do you know who I am? You go and sue me. You go and spread the news. Phut! What the hell? He turned around and walked away. He spat, and a voice came from afar. It turns out that there are not only idiots among men, but also among women. Not only are they idiots, but they are also brainless. Motherfucker! Her chest is like a poached egg, but she still has no brain. This is really fucking strange. The girl was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She realized that she did not ask for his name. She had deliberately dismissed the bodyguards for the sake of secrecy. She had no way to deal with this hooligan. This was not a small matter. Her whole body trembled and she shouted, Don't let me find out who you are! Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. Sob, sob, sob. She squatted on the ground and cried. Chu Yang turned around a few times to make sure that no one was following him. Then he quickly changed his appearance and sneaked onto Jun Lulu's ship. Chapter 309. Disappeared. It should have been half a month. The man trembled as he said, even the monitoring people also disappeared. Bastard! Jingmeng Han suddenly stood up and kicked the table. He jumped up and cursed angrily. A bunch of trash! A bunch of bastards! He roared back and forth in the room like a tiger in a cage. His face was ferocious, and his whole body was emitting a vicious aura. He turned his head around and found that the guy was still in front of him. He couldn't help but get angry. He slapped him and cursed, Do you know that you're disgusting? Get lost. His voice hadn't faded when that man's head flew out. Blood gushed out of his neck. Jingmeng Han didn't know how to control his strength. He had slapped that man's head off in a fit of rage. Fuck! Jingmeng Han rushed out like a mad dragon. He cursed along the way. Investigate! Ferociously investigate. Find him even if you have to dig 3,000 feet into the ground of Great Zhao. Everyone around saw the appearance of the first king-level expert. They trembled with fear and clamored like cicadas in winter. None of them dared to take a breath. Investigate! 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 Jing Menghan looked up and roared with grief and indignation. You damned bastard! Who the hell are you? These words were transmitted through his entire body strength. They were transmitted far away and could be heard far and near. His voice was extremely sullen, depressed, indignant, and hysterical. It was as if he wanted to vomit blood. Everyone who heard it couldn't help but sigh heavily. What's wrong with this kid? Why is he making such a sound? Even if he's taken to the army's warhorse shed, stripped naked, and fed aphrodisiac to the warhorse, he shouldn't be so indignant, right? Chu Yang carefully put on his makeup in front of the mirror. Jun Luzha and Dukyu, one on the left and one on the right, watched as his current appearance changed little by little into another person. Moreover, they couldn't see any flaws from his figure, face, expression, and eyes. They couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. He looked like a man in his 40s, standing in front of him. His eyes were filled with the torment of wind and frost, and his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life, the melancholy that flowed out inadvertently, the faint sense of loss and melancholy towards the passing of time when he looked back. Even Jun Liao would think that Jun Qingyang was fighting in front of her if she suddenly saw it. As for the real Jun Qingyang, he immediately disguised himself as a burly man with a curly beard. Then he got off the boat and disappeared into the sea of people. His mission was just to show his face, and then he would be back for 3 days. In the lower 3 heavens, Jun Qingyang only had yen. So, whether it was true or not, it was true. The 3 of them sat around the table, setting up a feast to celebrate. Qingyang, I didn't expect you to have such a move. Dukyu held his wine cup and looked at Chu Yang from the corner of his eyes with a smile that was not a smile. He said, How did you fake the vicissitudes of life between your eyebrows? You should teach me. It's very simple. Chu Yang drank a cup of wine. He smiled bitterly and said, You only need to say goodbye to your beloved one time, and your beloved one will die in your arms. Then you will be betrayed by your closest brother, and you will die in the heaven of hatred. Then you will live a new life with your memories. I guarantee that your eyes will have the vicissitudes of life even if you are a baby. Ha, ha, ha. Dukyu laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He swayed back and forth. Die once? Live a new life? Ha ha. You are so funny. Motherfucker, I didn't expect that you would be so good at telling jokes. But you can really experience the taste of life this way. Chu Yang's serious expression only provoked Dukyu to laugh again. No one would believe such a thing. For example, you and I, one day a friend of ours will stand in front of us and say, Hey, brother, I have been reborn. I remember that you went to beg for food in your previous generation. I don't know how you guys will react, but in any case, I will pick up a physical copy of the world defying stage heavens on the spot and slap it over. I will continue to slap it to death. Fuck, you are Chunwei, you are Chu Yang. Dukyu, this is feasible. Jun Lu smiled sweetly. She looked at Dukyu with her watery eyes and said, I just don't know. If this is true, who will die in your arms? Cough, cough. Dukyu coughed fiercely. He stood up and said, I will go and get the wine. Jun Lu's eyes revealed a trace of bitterness. When Dukyu came back with a pot of wine, he met Chu Yang's meaningful gaze. He couldn't help but blush. He laughed and said, What? Why are you looking at me like that? Brother you, let me ask you a question. Chu Yang said lightly, With your cultivation, how long can you live? Dukyu laughed and said, This little one is touching my bottom of the sea again. He held the wine cup and pondered for a while. Then he said, If you don't suffer a fatal injury and don't die in the hands of others, you should be able to live for hundreds or thousands of years, right? He used an uncertain body aura. Chu Yang smiled and said, "If when you die, you still have regrets, do you have a chance to live again to make up for it?" Dukyu looked at him and suddenly became speechless. He pondered for a while and sighed. He said angrily, "How can I know what will happen in this life?" "I won't hide." Chu Yang sighed and also drank a cup of wine. He patted his thigh lightly and said softly, "How can I know what will happen in this life? How long will the beauty bloom? Flowers bloom and fade in the deep valley. Who can say that he has no regrets in this life?" Duke Yu's whole body trembled. He had just raised the wine cup in the air. The wine suddenly splashed out and dripped onto the table, forming a wine stain. Just like this wine stain. At this moment, it still has the smell of wine. Slowly it dried up, leaving only a trace. But even after thousands of years, this table can't deny that this wine stain disappeared on its own body. It died. Chu Yang sighed and said, "People are like this." Duke Yu lowered his head and remained silent. It seemed as if he was making a difficult decision in his heart. After a long while, he raised his head and poured the remaining half of the wine cup into his mouth. He carefully swallowed it and said in a heavy voice, "Although I've wasted a lot of it, I've still drunk most of the good wine. My life will not have any regrets." Chu Yang laughed loudly. He picked up the wine pot and poured himself a cup. Then he drank it and said, "It's such a good wine. Even a drop of it is a pity." Dukyu smiled and said, "But Chun Ho won't waste it." "Ah, Jian, don't you think so?" The last sentence was said to Jun Lu Jian with a face full of saliva. Lu's beautiful face turned red. She was at a loss. The zither master was as shy as a little girl at this moment. She was flustered and said angrily, "I don't understand what you're talking about. Two big men are drunk and talking nonsense. You don't know shame." Yes, I admit that I'm drunk. I'm talking nonsense." Chu Yang smiled mischievously. "Brother Yu, let me toast you again. This wine is delicious." That's right. Dukyu said with a smile, "This is my wine. How can it not be drunk?" Ha ha ha. The two of them raised their cups and drank merrily. Jun Lu finally couldn't stand the two of them. She snorted coquettishly. Then she covered her face and stood up. She scolded in a flustered and embarrassed manner, "I can't stand you, humph!" She turned her slender waist and disappeared, leaving behind a burst of fragrant wind. Strange. We were drinking happily. Why did she suddenly cut off her shyness? Chu Yang laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha! She's afraid that I'll secretly drink tonight." Dukyu danced with joy and laughed loudly. Suddenly, a shoe flew out from the other side of the veil and hit him squarely on the head. A coquettish hung was faintly heard from inside. The two of them were very happy. The sound of a zither sounded. This time, the zither sound lacked its usual lofty tone. Instead, it became lingering. It seemed as if a man and a woman were deeply in love with each other. It revealed the shyness, joy, and satisfaction of a young girl. It also had a little bit of anticipation, jubilation. Chu Yang laughed loudly. He pushed his cup aside and stood up. He said, "Hey, I don't have your blazing wine. I'm going back to sleep." Duke Yu was overjoyed. He pointed at Chu Yang and scolded, "You're such a flippant talker. I don't know when you'll change. Don't spill your wine." "I won't spill my wine." Chu Yang smiled and turned around to go out. The sound of the zither changed. It rose with deep gratitude. Chu Yang listened attentively. It was a song called "Thanking the Emperor's Grace." The corners of his mouth revealed a meaningful smile. He laughed and said, "I'm not the emperor, but if you really want to thank me..." He winked at Dukyu. "You owe me again. After a while, I'll go to your place. I'll ask you for 3 days." Dukyu raised his eyebrows and said, "If you bring your good wine, I won't be stingy." Of course. Chu Yang laughed and walked away. This time he really went back to sleep. Duke Yu sat quietly in front of the table. He smiled and murmured, "If you still have regrets when you die, will you have the chance to live again to make up for it?" He suddenly shook his head and slowly recited, "Who knows what will happen in this life? When will the beauty bloom? Flowers bloom and fade in the valley. Who says that he has no regrets in this life? Good poem, good poem. Chuyang, I really admire you now." After he finished speaking, he stood up and said in a low voice, "The wine here is finished. Can I drink that cup of wine?" He frowned and paced 2 steps. He said, "You have to drink even if you don't want to." Then he rushed inside. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. "Is Brother Yu here? Diwu Ching Ro wants to see you." Duke Yu stopped in his tracks. He was stunned like a wooden puppet. After a long while, he spat out his saliva and scolded. "This bastard really came at the wrong time. I was just thinking of drinking wine. I was feeling uncomfortable from holding it in. And he came, puff! A pillow flew out from inside and hit his face. Jun Lulu said in an embarrassed voice, 'He came to see you. Why aren't you going?' Duke Yu sighed and turned to walk out. He thought to himself, 'Diwu Ching Ro, you better give me a reason. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite.' Step by step, he left with heavy footsteps. I wrote until 5 o'clock in the morning. I edited it 3 times. Finally, I wrote a bit of the charm I wanted. Ha! Chapter 310. It was already deep into the night outside. Diwu Ching Ro stood under the shadow of the willow tree with his hands clasped behind his back. Duke Yu's proud and aloof figure jumped from the dimly lit area like a dragon. He turned around and landed in front of Diwu Ching Ro. Diwu Ching Ro didn't move, but his eyes sparkled in the night. "What's the matter?" Duke Yu said, "You just left and now you're here. Do you think this is an inn?" "This is Great Jiao. It's my territory." Diwu Ching Ro said heavily, "Brother Yu, I've already given face to your dark bamboo. But if I give you face, I also need Brother Yu to give me face." "Give face to you?" Duke Yu snorted and said, "Who do you think you are?" "I'm Diwu Ching Ro." Diwu Ching Ro said calmly and sharply, "Brother Yu, you and I know each other. There's no need to be like this." Duke Yu was silent for a moment. Then he said, "What's the matter? Speak." "Don't tell me Brother Yu doesn't want me to go up and sit?" Diwu Ching Ro asked coldly. His eyes suddenly emitted a cold light. He stared at Duke Yu and said slowly, "Or is there something on the ship that's inconvenient for me to see?" "It's very inconvenient." Duke Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at Diwu Ching Ro without backing down. Then he said indifferently, "If you miss this moment, you can come whenever you want. But if you insist on going up now, I'll kill you." Duke Yu's face turned cold when he heard the words, "I'll kill you." His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Diwu Ching Ro's heart shook. Duke Yu was arrogant, unruly, and lawless. But he also knew the severity of the matter. Duke Yu wouldn't have said such words in the past, but he was obviously abnormal today. Diwu Ching Ro knew the pros and cons. So, he naturally wouldn't argue with Duke Yu. He muttered, "May I ask Brother Yu's reason?" "You don't need to know." Duke Yu waved his hand and said ruthlessly, "You only need to know. Go up and you'll die. These 4 words will do." He smiled coldly. Then he suddenly opened his arms and looked up to the sky. His body slowly turned in a half circle. Then he laughed arrogantly. "Diwu Ching Ro, you have 1 billion citizens and tens of millions of soldiers in Great Jiao. But if I want to kill you in Great Jiao, who dares to say no?" "You're crazy," Diwu Ching Ro said in a low voice. Diwu Ching Ro's momentum had weakened by this point. He knew that Duke Yu wasn't an easy person to get along with. If he had asked him directly, he was afraid that this fellow wouldn't have said anything. Therefore, as soon as he arrived, he put on an aggressive front, turning the grief and indignation in his heart into an obvious, imposing manner. Firstly, he wanted to let Duke Yu know that it was understandable that he was in a bad mood. Secondly, he wanted to build momentum for himself and win more benefits. Third, it was to make this trip a little smoother. However, he hadn't expected that Duke Yu had taken some kind of medicine today. He didn't know what kind of medicine Duke Yu had taken, but he didn't fall for his tricks at all. In less than 3 sentences, he actually claimed that he would kill you even in front of 1 billion citizens of the great Zhao Empire. Such words. This made Diwu Qing Ro extremely depressed. However, Huanjin Zhou did not dare to challenge Duke Yu because he knew that Duke Yu was a man of his words. If he said he would kill him, then he would really kill him. Even if he had hundreds of millions of soldiers to protect him, Duke Yu might still be able to do it. This was a purely unreasonable person. Even Diwu Qingro had no way to deal with this kind of Jiang, who hooligan. If you tried to reason with him, he would act like a hooligan. If you tried to act like a hooligan, he would be even more of a hooligan than you. Duke Yu is worthy of being called the #1 person in the heavenly layer that cannot be provoked. Diwu Qingro sighed softly. I don't know if others can provoke him or not, but the current Yu cannot be provoked. Duke Yu snorted coldly. At this point, the confrontation between the two had come to an end. Diwu Qingro did not achieve his goal, so he decided to go straight to the point. If it was someone else, even if it was King of Hell Chu, Diwu Qingro would have continued to probe in another way. But he couldn't do that in front of Duke Yu, because this person only believed in one principle. Say it, say it! This was Duke Yu's principle. He did not have the slightest bit of reasoning with anyone. In the entire heavenly layer, the only person who could make Duke Yu take a step back was the mysterious dark bamboo of the upper 3 heavens. Other than that, even if all the big clans of the upper 3 heavens gathered, Duke Yu could say it, even if you die. This bastard did not have any scruples at all. I came here today to ask brother Duke Yu about something. Diwu Qingro took a deep breath. His chest seemed to swell with this breath of air. Say it, Duke Yu said concisely. Who was the person who fought with you that day? Diwu Qingro said slowly. He did not wait for Duke Yu to answer and continued. Brother Duke Yu, please don't say that he is a member of the Yi clan. You know that I, Diwu Qingro, do not believe it. Who was the person who fought with me? Why should I tell you? Duke Yu laughed strangely and said, Do I need to report to you when I fought with you? What a joke. Diwu Qingro, a person can be proud and have self-respect, but don't think too highly of yourself. Diwu Qingro snorted and did not answer his question. Instead, he said heavily, He stole everything from my treasure house. Duke Yu was stunned. Diwu Qingro continued, Especially the medicine house. Duke Yu opened his mouth. Diwu Qingro sighed and said, Not a single drop was left for me. Duke Yu's expression became strange. Diwu Qingro said the last sentence. It was accumulated for the great ceremony of 10,000 medicines. Fuck. Duke Yu stood there dumbfounded. He was shocked by this news and felt dizzy. He knew Diwu Qingro's real identity. He also knew how important Diwu Qingro's medicine house was. He also knew how extensive the implications of this matter were. He really did not expect that Chu Yang had the ability to rob Diwu Qingro. Not even his underwear was left behind. He admitted that Chu Yang was awesome, but he did not expect him to be awesome to this extent. This was really unimaginable. If this matter were to spread out, the upper 3 heavens would be shaken. How important was the great ceremony of 10,000 medicines? It was related to the future of a super-rich clan. Duke Yu was tongue-tied for a long time. Suddenly, he laughed strangely. The more he laughed, the louder he laughed. He held his belly and said, Waha, this is fucking awesome. Hearing this good news, I am really rejoicing in your misfortune. Haha, you also have such a day. Fuck, this is too awesome. Ha ha ha. Brother Yu. Diwu Qing Ro's face showed a look of anger as he shouted. I'm sorry, I can't help it. Duke Yu wiped the tears from his eyes and said, This matter is really satisfying. I just want to know who that person is. Diwu Qing Ro gritted his teeth. He was so angry that he wanted to tear this guy who was rejoicing in his misfortune into pieces. That person, Duke Yu touched his nose and smiled bitterly. I don't know how to tell you why. Diwu Qing Ro's entire body shook as he took a step forward. He stepped out from the shadow of the willow tree. Diwu Qing Ro's entire body exuded an extremely powerful aura at this moment. It seemed as if this step of his could crush the entire night into pieces. So you have reached this level. Duke Yu was startled. He looked at Diwu Qing Ro deeply. His eyes revealed a blazing fighting spirit. Diwu Qing Ro's eyes were somewhat anxious. He said, I just want to know who that person is. Duke Yu's mind was racing. He knew that his answer was very important. If he wasn't careful, it could lead to the destruction of the entire dark bamboo. Diwu Qing Ro might not be scary, but he had a huge force behind him. Moreover, the theft of the medicine warehouse was tantamount to plucking the reverse scale from the body of a dragon. It was easy to imagine how furious this dragon would be. It wouldn't be a big deal if it was only him, but his brothers and sisters behind him, none of them would be spared, facing the super clans of the upper three heavens, and more than one at that. The strength of the upper three heavens was no match for them. Facing a super clans that had fallen into madness, there was only destruction in front of them. Should he tell them about Chuyang? At this moment, the sound of 2 zither strings was heard. It penetrated the night sky. Then, the complete sound of the zither resounded. It was the song Hard to Find a Soulmate. Duke Yu turned his head. His face was dark under the moonlight. He was full of contemplation. His eyes flickered for a long time. He finally made up his mind. The other party had just done him a big favor. He had removed the knot in his heart and prevented a possible tragedy. How could he turn around and betray the other party? Diwu Qing Ro had been staring at Duke Yu's face. At this moment, he saw that Duke Yu's face was somewhat pale. Diwu Qing Ro's heart skipped a beat. He said coldly, Brother Yu? Duke Yu turned his head and exhaled. He turned his face away from the moonlight and said, I really don't want to say it. Moreover, this is only my guess. Oh, Diwu Qing Ro said. I also don't know his real identity. Duke Yu suddenly thought of a wonderful point at this moment. This sentence, I am skeptical. Diwu Qing Ro said casually, There are not many things in this world that Brother Yu doesn't know. I really don't know. Duke Yu glared and said angrily, Do you think I would lie to you? Diwu Qing Ro didn't speak. When I met him that day, I felt that this person was very powerful. I couldn't help but want to fight, Duke Yu said. So we fought in the suburbs for 10 days and 10 nights. 10 days and 10 nights, Diwu Qing Ro murmured. His eyes revealed a contemplative look. To be able to fight with Duke Yu for 10 days and 10 nights, this person is very powerful. However, during these 10 days and 10 nights, I couldn't recognize his martial arts. I also couldn't recognize his sword skills. I couldn't recognize his body movements. Duke Yu sighed. Diwu Qing Ro was shocked. Chapter 311. Even Duke Yu could not recognize the sword technique. What kind of technique was that? Diwu Qing Ro did not dare to imagine. However, from his observation, he could clearly feel that Duke Yu was telling the truth. This made Diwu Qing Ro puzzled. Could it be all of this was true? But how could this be? Duke Yu was, of course, telling the truth. How could it be easy to deceive Diwu Qing Ro? It was also because he remembered the battle that day that gave him this inspiration. This person's martial power was far inferior to mine, but he relied on his wonderful martial arts to fight me equally. He was only slightly inferior. Duke Yu said heavily. Diwu Qing Ro frowned and pondered. Then he left. Duke Yu concluded. Diwu Qing Ro was so angry that he glared at him. After talking for so long, it was equivalent to saying nothing. I asked him about his identity, but he only smiled and did not say anything. Duke Yu said, but I think he is not from upper three heavens or upper three heavens. This was the truth. Diwu Qing Ro nodded and thought that this was more like it. If he was from upper three heavens or upper three heavens, Duke Yu and I would have known him. I have always had a guess, but I don't know if it is accurate. Duke Yu's face was serious as he lowered his voice. Diwu Qing Ro could not help but feel nervous. What? This person, could he be the master of Tribulation Sword? Duke Yu frowned and looked at Diwu Qing Ro. Diwu Qing Ro's face suddenly changed. After hearing this, he suddenly felt that it was not far from the truth. No origin, unable to recognize the technique, much lower martial power, able to fight evenly with Duke Yu. Other than the master of Tribulation Sword, there was no one else. It would be very difficult to find a second possibility. But if it was really the master of Tribulation Sword, then this matter was really troublesome. According to the ancient legends, when the master of Tribulation Sword appeared, the great clans of upper three heavens would change. And the master of Tribulation Sword had to suppress the great clans of the older generation in order to support the new clans and enforce the new rules. If this was the case, would the master of Tribulation Sword be the beginning of his suppression of the clan by stealing my medicine? Diwu Qing Ro frowned and paced back and forth. He looked up at the sky and murmured, if it is really Tribulation Sword Master, he stole the medicine storage. This matter seems a little strange. Duke Yu said in surprise. You also think that it's the Calamity Sword Master. You believe everything I say? According to your description, that should be the case. However, Diwu Qing Ro thought deeper and said, sword techniques, body techniques, no one can recognize them. His martial power is low, but he can fight against a peak master. Moreover, his first opponent is a big clan. Diwu Qing Ro heaved a heavy sigh. Then he said in a low voice, if Brother Yu is truly the master of Calamity Sword, then we are in big trouble this time. He let out a long sigh and said, all of the upper three are going to change dynasties. Don't tell me you didn't realize how big of a disturbance this would cause. Duke Yu blinked and said, I know that the master of Calamity Sword wants to change the current situation. But don't forget that although the big clans were established by the previous master of Calamity Sword, the accumulation of 10,000 years is to deal with the current master of Calamity Sword's overthrow to a large extent. Speaking of stirring up huge waves, it doesn't seem to be enough. Now that the Calamity Sword has appeared, the world has only been shaken twice. Only twice. Diwu Qing Ro's point of view was obviously different from his. Duke Yu, the master of Calamity Sword, has at least 7 more opportunities to grow, but he has only obtained the second fragment and is already on par with you. He is indeed extraordinary. Duke Yu said, however, I am only guessing. I can't rule out this possibility. He might not be the master of Calamity Sword. If you find the wrong person, don't blame me. He thought, fuck you, go find the master of Calamity Sword. What does it have to do with the old man? It's better if both of you are defeated. Duke Yu was very proud in his heart. He thought, Chuyang, I fucking let you down this time, right? Don't say that the old man is disloyal. Little did he know that this guy's lies had actually exposed Minister Chu's true identity. Diwu Qing Ro nodded deeply and said, I know you are only guessing, but your guess has sounded the alarm for me. This matter must be guarded against. Once he knew that it might be the master of Calamity Sword, Diwu Qing Ro was no longer angry. On the contrary, he was somewhat frightened and worried. His first reaction was to quickly report this matter. Brother Duke Yu, thank you for today, Diwu Qing Ro said. Diwu Qing Ro felt that he had made a big mistake. He had always regarded King of Hell Chu and Tai Bution as his biggest opponents. His vision was too narrow, and his mind was too narrow. How could unifying the lower three heavens compare to commanding the entire heavens? My real opponent should be the Master of Calamity sword that appears once every 10,000 years. At this moment, Diwu Qingrou's thoughts were like a phoenix's nest at this moment. No matter how the lower three heavens struggle for hegemony is, my next step is to transcend this place and fight with the Master of Calamity sword. Of course, I also want to complete the hegemony of the lower three heavens. After all, that is my wish. I will treat it as a prelude to the battle with the Master of Calamity sword. Well, you're welcome. Duke Yu was very puzzled. He didn't know why this guy was thanking him. I didn't say anything, okay? Diwu Qingrou smiled slightly. He was about to leave when he stopped and asked, Brother Duke Yu, I was listening to the heavenly music on the ship during the day. Why didn't you let me on the ship tonight? I'm very puzzled about this. Duke Yu sneered and said, You can only blame yourself for coming at the wrong time. Then he remembered his own tragic incident. He gritted his teeth and said, I haven't let go of my purity, but I finally thought it through recently. I was about to drink some wine when you came. You disturbed my high spirits, and you still want to get on the ship? In your dreams. High spirits from drinking wine? Diwu Qingrou scratched his head in confusion. Can't I drink a cup with you? Phut! Duke Yu was unable to restrain his anger. Women are like wine, do you understand? Diwu Qingrou suddenly understood. He couldn't help but blush. He coughed twice and said, Since that's the case, Brother Duke Yu, you enjoy the wine. I'll take my leave now, he felt relieved. So this guy was about to enter the harbor when I called him out and interrupted something. No wonder he looked like he had taken an aphrodisiac. Lecher. Duke Yu snorted and looked at the sky. He ignored him. Diwu Qingrou turned around and left. Duke Yu snorted as he watched Diwu Qingrou walk away. He turned around and flew onto the ship like an eagle. Then he stealthily came to the door of a room. He coughed and calmed himself down. Then he gently knocked on the door. The door opened with a creak. Duke Yu's face lit up with joy. He stepped inside. Suddenly, an ice-cold face stopped him. What are you doing here? Duke Yu was startled. He stammered. I drink that wine. What wine? Jun Lu said angrily. This. Duke Yu was a little confused. What's going on? In the past, Lu had always been gentle and soft when she spoke to him. Why did she change so much? He blinked and said, then, I'll go in and talk. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked inside. Bang! The door slammed shut. His nose was almost flattened. He hastily dodged and escaped. Jun Lu's hateful voice came from inside. Wine? You want a drink? How can it be so cheap? Humph! You're the wine. Stinky man. None of you are good. Duke Yu was at a loss. He stood in front of the door and suddenly froze. Ah ha ha! Chu Yang, who had been secretly watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. He slapped the deck of the ship. He laughed until his stomach hurt. What are you laughing at? Duke Yu asked angrily. The tent under his crotch had unknowingly calmed down. I'm laughing at you. You're too. Chu Yang laughed until his whole body trembled. Too damn cute. Duke Yu snorted and said angrily, I'm here to drink. What are you doing here? I'm here to see if you can drink. Sure enough, you can't drink. Chu Yang laughed. You're not manly at all. You can't even drink wine. Duke Yu said angrily, you can't even go in. How can I drink? Chu Yang laughed. He walked a few steps forward and patted his shoulder. He was overjoyed and said, You can't be like this. Come. I'll teach you a few moves to deal with women. Duke Yu was truly in the wrong. His mistake was that he had regarded Junlulu as something that belonged to him. He felt very confident. Well, if a man thought like this, the woman would definitely make him suffer a little no matter how willing she was. Am I someone you can summon at your beck and call? Junlulu had been deeply in love with him for several years. How could Dukyu not know? He just felt that he wasn't ready to take on this responsibility. Moreover, Dukyu also had concerns. His cultivation level wasn't low. His lifespan was at least 1,000 years. But Junlulu was only a little stronger than an ordinary woman. Her lifespan was more than 100 years. 200 years would be the limit. What would he do at that time? Would he continue to face the rest of the long road alone? This was his biggest concern. However, it was Chu Yang who reminded him of his biggest concern. You can live for 1,000 years. What about her? Her life is only a short time. Don't tell me you won't even give her the happiness she craves in this short time? Wouldn't you be crueler than time? Life is short. Why should you suppress yourself? So Dukyu understood. So he wanted to make up for it. So he wanted to drink wine. He had originally thought that he was very confident, that he would be able to capture her easily, but now he was not allowed to drink this wine. The two of them went to Chu Yang's room. They touched the wine cups and talked. From time to time, the two of them laughed together. It made people's hair stand on end. In the end, Dukyu proudly said that he had tricked Diwu Qingro today. He felt a sense of accomplishment. Dukyu's face was full of pride when he talked about tricking Diwu Qingro. Chu Yang was dumbstruck. Chapter 312. How is it? Isn't my idea brilliant? Dukyu had long forgotten the unhappiness of being rejected outside the door. He laughed proudly. Brilliant. It's really brilliant. Chu Yang said with a smile. You should rejoice. I can't beat you now. If I could beat you, I would have killed you right now. Don't worry. You can rest easy after this matter is related to the illusory tribulation, Sword Master. Dukyu patted Chu Yang's shoulder and said, Besides, the tribulation Sword Master will have a bloody battle with the big clan sooner or later. It's no big deal. It's indeed ingenious. Chu Yang gritted his teeth in his heart. Suddenly he realized something and said in surprise, Why will there be a bloody battle with the big clan sooner or later? I don't understand. Tribulation overturning the heavens. Dukyu laughed and said, The big clans of the upper three heavens are the target of the tribulation Sword Master. Only by overturning the original big clans can a new order be established. This is the destiny of the tribulation Sword Master. Destiny? Chu Yang muttered, Destiny? The battle will start tomorrow. Dukyu said, We will leave here in about 3 days. Are you coming back with us, or why wouldn't I want to go back with you? It's a pity that I haven't achieved my main goal here. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, I still have to stay here for a while to do some things. All right. Dukyu said deeply. Geniuses die young easily. You have to be careful. Chu Yang was speechless. The next day the sun rose. The golden sunlight shone on the sparkling lake. The breeze rippled the surface of the lake, and the lake rose and fell slightly. It was quiet. Even the water birds on the shore seemed to have felt something. They were quiet and didn't dare to make a sound. Amidst the silence, the sound of a drum suddenly rang out. Dong! This sound seemed to have started from the bottom of people's hearts. It spread out and resounded through the clouds. Suddenly, the entire sky and earth were filled with intense drum beats. The monotonous but intense drum beats seemed to be able to arouse the most primitive blood in people's hearts. Everyone's blood suddenly surged and their blood boiled. The clouds are the flags, the wind is the trumpet, the sky is the battlefield, the sun is the lamp. The gods are the soldiers, the demons are the generals, come to war. Today a legend will be born. Today he would witness the birth of a legend. On the high platform there was a burly man who was a foot tall. He was dressed in a red robe and looked like a god. He stood up and held the drumsticks with both hands. Then, like raindrops, he began to beat the gigantic drum. Just when the atmosphere was at its climax, he suddenly stopped and stood still like a mountain. While the drum beats between the heavens and the earth seemed to be still going on, a strand of intense flute music suddenly pierced through the air. The sound was sharp and loud, as if a dormant goshawk had suddenly soared into the sky. Whoosh! The entire Lotus Lake area, all the people who supported the transverse flute master, suddenly cheered like crazy. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, a whimpering sound of a flute drifted through the air. It was as if the widows of the soldiers on the battlefield were weeping softly with their hands covering their mouths as they celebrated their victory. Although the cheers were loud, they could not suppress this soft whimper and the grief that seeped into the marrow. The crowd became even more excited, and cheers rose one after another. However, the sound of the flute and the sound of the flute intertwined with each other and soared into the sky, not moving at all. One was loud and clear, while the other was low and whimpering. But they were neck and neck. Just when the crowd was at its boiling point, zhang! The sound of a zither was like the sound of ice and snow falling from the heavens, and suddenly rang out without any warning. The crowd's emotions were suddenly suppressed by the sound of the zither and suddenly stagnated. Zhang zhang! The sound of the zither rang out again, and ice splashed and jade fell. The cheers gradually subsided, and everyone closed their mouths and pricked up their ears. Zhang zhang! The sound of the zither finally rang out continuously, and it was getting louder and louder. It was as if an immortal had descended from the heavens, and after a moment of surprise it floated up and once again soared into the sky, as if it wanted to return to the heavens. The entire Lotus Lake was dead silent. Only the sounds of the zither, flute, and flute were rippling in the air. The three sounds seemed to have merged together, but if one listened carefully, they were different. The flute and flute sounds had been competing with each other, and were also attacking the zither sounds. However, the zither sounds were indifferent, and carried a sense of superiority, as if it was looking down on all living things. It disdained to compete with anyone, but it stood alone, like the bright moon in the vast sky, quietly hanging high up. The celestial beauty was gentle, and did not move, but had a myriad of manners. The zither sounds only appeared for a moment, and then disappeared. Only the flute sounds and other sounds were left in the air. In the cabin, Jun Lu faintly sighed. Duke Yu stood behind the gauze with his hands clasped behind his back and asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Yang stood alone on the other side. His figure was bleak. It seemed that he was out of tune with this lively atmosphere. It was as if he was the only one who was sober when everyone was drunk. He heard Jun Lu's sigh and Duke Yu's question, and couldn't help but laugh, and replied in place of Jun Lu's sigh, "Such an opponent is unworthy of being an enemy." Jun Lu calmly smiled and said, "Qing Yang is right." She stood up in front of the zither, and looked through the gauze at the sparkling surface of the lake. Then she insipidly said, "If I had met Minister Chu in Iron Cloud, perhaps I would have been evenly matched. If I had played the zither yesterday, perhaps I would have been lucky enough to win. But if I were to participate in this competition with my current musical cultivation, it would have been a blasphemy to my zither." Jun Lu smiled bitterly and gently shook her head. Her posture was elegant, and she revealed an air of arrogance. "Not necessarily. It's hard to say who will win or lose." Duke Yu took the lead and said, "Did you see? The first king level master of Golden Horse Riders Department, Jing Meng Han, has entered the flute master's boat. And Diwu Qingro is on the flute master's boat today." So what? Diwu Qingrou's rallying power in Great Jiao is comparable to Kong Liang. He's the best candidate. Duke Yu's eyes flashed with coldness. He's on the flute master's boat and has invisibly created momentum for the flute master. "It doesn't matter. I'm no longer in the mood." Jun Lu smiled indifferently, I'm suddenly dispirited about the outcome of this competition. I don't want to participate anymore. I'm already worthy of Master's nurturing. June Lulu said, "There's no harm in withdrawing from the heavenly sound." Chu Yang insipidly smiled and said, "It's unforgivable to blaspheme the zither's soul if you drag it until the final battle." June Lulu's eyes lit up. The spectators on the high platform were about to announce the start of the competition with a solemn face. They were about to introduce the Three Masters competition when suddenly a wisp of zither music suddenly jumped out. It seemed as if a ray of sunlight had jumped out from the sea at dawn and blossomed into a myriad of multicolored lights. They couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? The competition hasn't started yet, but the Zither Master is already in such a situation? This has never happened in the previous competitions of the Three Masters competition. What does the Zither Master want to do? Soon after, the zither music started to sound in a neither fast nor slow manner. It seemed as if a king was steadily walking towards the coronation throne with his chest puffed out and his head held high. Everyone was silent. Duo Qing-ro had been talking to the flute master, but he couldn't help but stop talking and calmly listen. The zither music resolutely moved forward. Everyone closed their eyes and seemed to see the king treading on the blue dome of heaven and earth with an indomitable spirit. Finally, he arrived in front of the dragon throne. It paused. Then, the zither music suddenly became impassioned. The clanging sound revealed an aura of supremacy and the king of the world. It seemed as if the king was slowly turning around to face the common people of the world. His eyes were calm, but he was disdainfully looking down on the world. Then he slowly sat down. He sat on the throne. The zither music fiercely rose. It was glorious and solemn. It seemed as if all the weapons of war in the world had calmed down at this moment. The king descends to the world. All the land under the heavens belongs to the king. All the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects. The dust has settled. The zither music fell. The blue dome of heaven was silent. There were hundreds of thousands of people on the Lotus Lake, but there was no sound at all. This level of zither music had already exceeded everyone's imagination. It seemed as if they were watching a king rise from his humble beginnings with the zither music. He waved his army and crazily fought against the world. He galloped across the battlefield and laughed as he unified the four seas. He raised his eyes to look at the world. The universe is in his heart. Only I am the king of the world. King, this is a real king. Duo Qing-ro sighed softly. His eyes revealed a look of fascination. Others might feel lighter. But Duo Qing-ro's lifelong desire was to sweep the universe and unify the world. When he heard this zither music, he couldn't help but feel his heart waver. He let out a long sigh and murmured, "I seem to have seen a path full of killing, but ultimately successful, the path of a king." On the side, Transverse Flute Master's eyes flashed with a trace of intense jealousy. A feeling of anger and admiration swept through her heart in a flash. "She is stronger than you." Duo Qing-ro looked at Transverse Flute Master and calmly said, "She is also stronger than him." The him he was referring to was naturally the Flute Master. The jade flute in Transverse Flute Master's hand quietly dropped. She powerlessly turned her head and looked at Duo Qing-ro. Her cherry lips trembled. She was full of disappointment as she said, "What does the Prime Minister want to know?" Duo Qing-ro faintly smiled. He took out a portrait and asked softly, "May I ask if you have seen this person?" Transverse Flute Master's body trembled. Her eyes revealed a look of shame and anger. She clenched her teeth and fiercely said, "I can recognize his bones, even if he turns into ashes. That bastard." It was the man with the big fish pulling the boat. Duo Qing-ro's eyes revealed a smile. On Transverse Flute Master's boat, Duke Yu stood upright. His chest was suddenly filled with heroism. He felt that his entire soul was brimming with pride, because the owner of this zither music was his lover. Suddenly, Duke Yu faced the sky and laughed. He faced the sky and let out a long roar. With one roar, the wind and clouds in the vast sky were turbulent. The roar surged. Golden stones fell down, tearing apart the white clouds in the vast sky and revealing the clear blue sky. Delightful. Duke, you let out a long and loud shout. The ruler of the 8 desolations is revered, and I'm the king of 10,000 rivers and mountains. Who dares not to obey? Chapter 3:13. By the time everyone regained their senses, they found that the Zither Master's ship had already quietly retreated, leaving behind a large, empty space. This, Miss June. The witness was dumbfounded. He repeatedly called out and chased after her. June Lulu's calm voice came from the bow of the ship. It was somewhat indifferent, I'm sorry. The Zither Master will withdraw from this grand gathering of the 3 masters. The big ship slowly sailed away. That person was dumbstruck. Withdraw. What's the point of continuing? Diwu Qing Ro snorted and said, It's clear who will win and who will lose. What's the use of having witnesses like you? As for the grand gathering of the 3 masters, it's intolerably vulgar to provoke hundreds of thousands of secular people to gather here. What's the difference between this and the competition for the top courtesan of a brothel? The witnesses were speechless. They didn't dare to reply to the most powerful person of Great Zhao. She's just pretending to be aloof. The transverse flute master coldly snorted. Oh, don't tell me you think that your reputation as the transverse flute master is stronger than hers? Diwu Qing Ro was somewhat dissatisfied. He could faintly sense the Zither master's attitude. She disdains to participate in this level of competition. So she left. But she has already left. Yet you're still chirping. You don't have any self-awareness. You're not on the same level. Why are you not convinced? I don't dare. She is indeed stronger than me. The transverse flute master spoke the truth, but her attitude is too aloof. It makes people dislike her. You'll be the same if you reach such a height. Diwu Qing Ro sighed slightly. This is another realm. It's lonely at the top. The grand gathering of the 3 masters has ended without any result since the Zither Master has left. The transverse flute master bitterly bit her lips. She and you are not in the same world. Diwu Qing Ro insipidly said, You should rejoice. The transverse flute master sighed and said, Prime Minister, you must have come here to instruct me, right? She naturally understood Diwu Qing Ro's meaning. It's better to end like this than to end after everyone's evaluation. At least I didn't lose on the surface, but in my heart. I want to know about this person. Diwu Qing Ro pointed at the portrait on the table. Tell me everything, little by little. Tell me everything, big or small. His voice contained an order that could not be disobeyed. This person, I don't know much about him. I only came to know about him when he destroyed the flute master's appearance. From that time onwards, I began to understand him. Only then did I know that this person had been staying on this lotus lake for a long time. The transverse flute master recalled for a moment before she slowly explained. I have stayed on the lotus lake for a long time. Diwu Qing Ro gently rubbed his temples. His eyes were as deep as the sea. The transverse flute master said slowly. Diwu Qing Ro continued to calculate, speculate, overturn, and reconstruct in his heart. In that instant, he had already thought of dozens of possibilities, and then eliminated one of them in his mind. By the time the Zither Master finished speaking, Diwu Qing Ro had already drawn 2 lines in his heart. One clue. If this person is the master of Calamity Sword, then what is his purpose of coming here? Why did he stay at the Lotus Lake for so long. This person, after appearing at Lotus Lake to fight with Dukyu, returned to this place. There must be a reason for this. Lotus Lake, could it be that there was something about it that attracted him? Another line of thought. What would happen if he wasn't the master of the Calamity Sword? Who could it be? Could it be King of Hell Chu, or one of King of Hell Chu's people? But no matter which possibility it is, this Lotus Lake should be the main point. Diwu Qingrou's heart was fiercely pondering, but his face was calm. The transverse flute master looked at Diwu Qingrou with apprehension after she had finished speaking. She didn't dare to make any noise for fear of disturbing Diwu Qingrou's train of thought. Diwu Qingrou was like a towering mountain in the transverse flute master's eyes. He could crush her body and crush her bones with one move. Forget it. Diwu Qingrou opened his eyes and said, "Is there anything else?" "That's all." The transverse flute master lowered her head and said she had told him everything, including her attempt to make that person steal the zither. She didn't want to talk about such a shameful matter, but she realized that she couldn't hide anything under Diwu Qingrou's gaze. He had no choice but to blurt it all out. "Well, I'll give you some advice, since you're quite frank." Diwu Qingrou slowly said, "If you want to protect your life, immediately change your name and leave the prefecture. Go as far as you can in the shortest time. The more remote, the better." "Why?" The transverse flute master's complexion turned deathly pale. Her mind went blank in an instant. She was a girl from a musical family. She was lucky enough to participate in the gathering of the three masters. So, she made up her mind to become famous at all costs. She wanted to stay in the prefecture and have the opportunity to associate with influential people. She wanted to be the center of attention. She had paid a lot for this as a girl in addition to her own efforts. Changing her name and leaving the prefecture. Wouldn't that mean that her life's work would be wasted? There's no reason. Diwu Qingrou calmly said, "This is your own disaster, so you have to bear it. You won't be able to protect your life if you don't leave. Even now, it's hard to say whether you'll be able to protect yourself." Diwu Qingrou stood up and walked out after he finished speaking. "Prime Minister, please show me the way." The transverse flute master immediately knelt down. "There are some people you can't afford to offend," Diwu Qingrou said, "even if it's just an idea that hasn't been implemented. It's a crime that must be killed in the eyes of some people." "Prime Minister, are you talking about the matter of stealing the zither?" The transverse flute master asked with a pale complexion. "Yes." Diwu Qingrou slowly said, "There are some people you can't afford to offend. The most important thing in Jianghu is to have a good eye. If you provoke someone you shouldn't provoke, you won't have a good end." Diwu Qingrou disembarked from the boat after he finished speaking. The transverse flute master took 2 steps back in a daze. Then she suddenly fell down on a chair. Her whole body was powerless. It seemed that she couldn't stand up. She had never imagined that the zither master, who was also one of the 3 masters, was a super force that she couldn't even imagine. Is there such a big gap between people? Diwu Qingrou had just disembarked from the boat when he saw Duke Yu walking towards him. He sighed in his heart. Then he went forward to greet him. "Brother, you didn't leave." "I still have something to do." Duke Yu insipidly said, "It has nothing to do with you." "Nothing happened, right?" Diwu Qingrou insipidly said. "Her intentions are punishable." Duke Yu stopped his footsteps. He suddenly became silent and said, "Do you want to protect her?" "No," Diwu Qingrou said. "I just asked her a few things. That can be considered as helping me. But I won't stop Brother Yu if you want to kill her." In the eyes of people like them, the death of 1,000 people like the transverse flute master was insignificant. It was just a matter of a few words. Duke Yu snorted and said, "Diwu Qingrou, I won't kill her. She's just a flute player. There's no harm in giving you face. But One of our people from Bamboo will be staying here for a while. You mean to say that you want me to take care of her? Diwu Qingro suddenly smiled. Does Bamboo need me to take care of her? Dukyu smiled. This is great, Zhao. Diwu Qingro's territory. You've said these words before. Diwu Qingro also gave a rare laugh. Then a person arrived in front of him. His name is Jun Qingyang. Duke Yu casually said, Brother Diwu, please make things convenient for him. Ha ha. Diwu Qingro also laughed. He glanced at this Jun Qingyang. He was about 40 years old. His hair was a bit weather-beaten. His eyes, hands, and skin color made it clear that this person had experienced some hardships, some bitterness. Even the turbidity in his eyes could give rise to a feeling of life. This person's position in Bamboo must not be low. Diwu Qingro politely nodded as this thought arose in his mind. But he had a strange feeling in his heart. This person seems very familiar. Brother Jun, have we met before? Diwu Qingro asked cautiously. Prime Minister Diwu, this is the first time I've come to Lower Three Heavens. Jun Qingyang's voice was very strange. It sounded like the friction of metal. No wonder. So it's King-level Master Jun. Diwu Qingro suddenly felt relieved. Jun Qingyang was an important person in Bamboo. He was a king-level master. This person had been seriously injured when he was young. His throat had been cut. He had survived, but his vocal tract had been damaged. His voice had been very strange after his injury had healed. It had made people's hair stand on end. He was known as the king-level master of the underworld of Lower Three Heavens. Diwu Qingro knew this person, but he had never seen him. So he recognized him when he heard this voice. That was because one could not find a second person with such a voice in the world. Prime Minister can call me Ghost Voice. Jun Qingyang smiled and said, People have been calling me that for decades. Huh. Diwu Qingro laughed, but the doubt in his heart had disappeared. He said, King-level Master Jun has come here personally. What else does he need to take care of? He is injured. His cultivation is somewhat damaged. Dukyu frowned and said so. Fifth ghost. Brother Yu, don't worry. Diwu Qingro said straightforwardly, I don't dare to boast about other things. But if someone in Great Zhao were to hurt my guest, then I would become a joke. Dukyu smiled meaningfully. I believe these words. Jun Qingyang also smiled gently. His eyes flickered as he said, Then I will have to trouble Prime Minister. I will go to Lotus Lake to try my luck. I will see if I can find the knotted lotus root. If I can't find it, then I will leave the prefecture and look for it elsewhere. Haha. Diwu Qingro understood. The knotted lotus root had a well-known property. It could heal injuries to the voice. It seemed that this king-level master ghost voice cared a lot about his own voice, even though he didn't say it. No harm. I will send people to assist you. Diwu Qingro smiled. Chapter 314. Dukyu felt relieved and left. He believed that even if this Jun Qingyang had offended Diwu Qingro would turn a blind eye and tolerate him as long as he didn't reveal his true identity. Chu Yang would have to deal with everything by himself in the future. Duke, you didn't know what kind of ideas this mysterious minister, Chu, had in mind. However, Duke Yu was very confident in his heart. Chu Yang and I have been repaying each other's favors up until now. Up until now, they had basically done each other a favor and didn't owe each other anything. He will come to Upper Three Heavens or Upper Three Heavens sooner or later if he survives and defeats Diwu Qingro. Whether he becomes an enemy or a friend depends on the situation. If he becomes an enemy, it will be very interesting to have such an opponent. If he becomes a friend, he should be a good friend. But if he can't defeat Diwu Qingro, he will be killed by Diwu Qingro. Then, I don't need to worry about a dead man. Therefore, he left in a relaxed and confident manner. Diwu Qingro also went back. He tried his best to invite Jun Qingyang to stay at the Prime Minister's residence, but the other party refused. He had no choice but to arrange for Jingmeng Han and the others to keep an eye on him. He also looked for many fishermen to help him find the lotus roots. The crowd at Lotus Lake gradually dispersed. The people of the transverse flute master had escaped death, so they left very quickly. However, too many people were left behind in the land of shadows. Almost all the experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department had gathered here. Diwu Qingro had strictly ordered, "The most important thing is this Lotus Lake. You must keep an eye on this place after the music ends and the people disperse." Therefore, Jingmeng Han and Yin Wutian were paying attention to this aspect. After Minister Chu had emptied their headquarters, he had come into contact with these two dear friends again after a day had passed since he had last seen them. However, they didn't know each other. Jingmeng Han and Yin Wutian weren't in a good mood. They greeted Chu Yang and saw that he was also in a bad mood. So, the three of them started to think about their own matters. Jingmeng Han was thinking, "How can we find that Duki? How can we make up for the loss? Du Shiqing's wife and children are missing. I haven't dared to tell Diwu Qingro how to deal with them." Yin Wutian was also thinking about these things, but he had another thought in his heart. Is it Cheng Yin, he who crippled my brother? Could it be? If that was the case, what should he do? How was he going to obtain evidence? However, what Chu Yang was thinking was, "Motherfucker, Diwu Qingro's men have sealed off this entire Lotus Lake. If I go down to find the third fragment of the Calamity Sword, I will have to fight with that monster. It's inevitable that there will be movements on the water surface. What should I do? Even if they found him, how could they escape?" When all the objectives were completed, it was about time for him to be exposed. When the time comes, he would have to travel from Great Zhao to Iron Cloud. How would he be able to return safely? Diwu Qingro should be planning to mobilize his troops by now. How will this war go? Chu Yang's heart was also in a mess. He found a secluded place and lay down in the grass with his hands behind his head. There was a tender green reed pipe in his mouth, and he was tossing it up and down, but his eyes were full of contemplation as he looked at the starry sky. He did not move for a long time. Just this afternoon, he felt that his bottleneck had loosened, and the summoning of the Calamity Sword at the center of the lake was becoming clearer and clearer. Everything was because of a single sentence from a man and a woman. Dukyu Junlulu. When Junlulu left, she proudly played the zither. This made Chu Yang truly feel a kind of realm. When one is at the top, it's lonely at the top. This was a kind of loneliness of an expert of another realm. When other people listened to the zither, they listened to the endless glory of a king ascending to the throne. But Chu Yang heard the loneliness of a king who swept the world and looked around at the world without a rival. The helplessness of having no choice but to let go of his weapons. The founding of a nation belonged to war. Junlulu might not be able to reach the peak of martial arts in this lifetime, but she had already reached the peak of perfection in terms of music. It was at the moment when she reached the peak that the GMO she released was the most moving. Chu Yang let go of her desire. Dukyu untied the knot in her heart. Therefore, she became a phoenix overnight and turned from a cocoon into a butterfly. That was a kind of breakthrough. Moreover, it was a kind of ultimate breakthrough. And Chu Yang vaguely grasped the state of mind of this breakthrough at that moment. There was another sentence that Duke Yu had said at the end. "The ruler of the 8 wastelands is revered, and I am the king of thousands of rivers and mountains. Who dares not to obey?" This sentence was bold and domineering, and it made Chu Yang fascinated. Yes, it was this kind of domineering aura that made Chu Yang's heart move, as if he had grasped something. People who learned martial arts generally had bad tempers, especially people of Jianghu. Firstly, martial artists had to work harder than ordinary people. They also had to pay a lot more in order to achieve these achievements. If a martial artist's lifetime of sweat was accumulated together, it would be enough for many people to take a bath at the same time. Then, since it's like this, if I pay, I'm the strong one. If you don't pay, you're the weak one. Then, why should I tolerate you? Just because you don't work hard? What kind of logic is this? Moreover, there was a basic rule in the martial arts of the heavenly layer continent. Take with a sharp mind, press forward with indomitable will. In other words, no matter what difficulties a martial artist faced, he could not shrink back. Although this sentence was about the state of mind, most people's daily life was also like this. Therefore, the so-called Jianghu had become a place where people fought fiercely. This was not without reason. However, as a martial artist, especially a high-level martial artist, there was one thing that he could not lack. That was domineering aura, extreme self-confidence. And this point had been completely exposed by Dukyu. This kind of spirit that could defeat all the heroes in the world with a single punch made Chu Yang extremely shocked. This was the demeanor of a strong martial artist. Chu Yang's heart suddenly trembled, and his mental state also trembled. Then, unknowingly, he felt the energy in his body surging like a tide, wave after wave, uncontrollably. In the space of consciousness, the sword spirit stirred, and a huge amount of medicinal energy surged out. Chu Yang's body, which was lying flat, suddenly stretched out slowly. His posture did not change at all, but if others saw him now, they would definitely be envious of his comfort. Moreover, his body floated up as if it was weightless. His body exuded a rich aura of life. The grass beneath him straightened up, and his entire body seemed to be floating on top of the tender little grass. Unexpectedly, it didn't bend down in the slightest. The medicinal energy in his meridians entered his dantian like a whale sucking in water. The tribulation soared in his dantian, swallowed and spat, and turned into pure energy. Then it was sent out again, with a strange, spiraling power. The spirit energy was like a river, and like 10,000 horses galloping, it attacked the bottleneck. Boom! Boom! The continuous attacks made Chu Yang's body tremble slightly, but he did not feel anything now. His entire mind was focused on his mind. He was indifferent to everything that was happening outside. The spirit energy above the lotus lake suddenly gathered invisibly and then rushed down. It formed a small whirlwind above his body and then rushed into his body through his pores and nostrils. The night was still quiet. Yin Wu-Tian and Jing Menghun sighed and frowned. Both of them had a feeling that it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find that Duke Yi again. Besides, what can we do even if we find him? His divine power is comparable to Duke Yu's. So, what can we do even if we risk our lives? Unless we are in a special environment where we can't escape, then all the experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department will risk their lives to kill him. They will use their advantage in numbers to kill him. That's the only way to kill him. Moreover, they will have to pay a heavy and unbearable price. Apart from that, the Golden Horse Riders Department has no chance of dealing with such a super expert. After all, the Golden Horse Riders Department is very strong, but it is only a secular force that assists Wang Zhuo. They can deal with an ordinary army, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. But they are not enough to deal with a super expert. The two of them sat facing each other and did not speak. Suddenly, Jing Menghun raised his eyebrows. What's that sound? How can there be such a powerful aura? Yin Wu-Tian's ears trembled, and he said disapprovingly, King Level Master Jun is practicing, and he is close to a breakthrough. Jing Menghun tilted his ears and paused for a moment. He felt the density of the spirit energy in the sky and the situation of the vortex. After a long time he smiled and said, the so-called King Level Master of the three heavens is nothing more than this. It's just SO is O. In Wu Tian snorted disdainfully. They had assumed that the opposite party was a high-grade king, level master. But the opposite party's aura had only reached the level of a low-grade king, level master. So they naturally didn't think much of it. But they didn't know that the person who was practicing was only a 4th-grade revered sword artist. He was several grades lower than the low-grade king, level master they had assumed. They wouldn't have felt disdain if they had known that the opposite party was practicing with the cultivation of a low-grade, revered sword artist. Instead, they would have been shocked. There was a weak fluctuation. Then, there seemed to be an invisible ripple in the space, and it spread in all directions. He broke through. In Wu Tian's ears trembled a few times. He was bored to death. I don't know how many years this guy has been stuck in this bottleneck, but he has broken through it this time. It's a show of strength for us to show off. The corners of Jing Menghun's mouth twitched as he said, but he didn't expect that this demonstration would expose his level of idiocy. Huh. In Wu Tian laughed hollowly. It was purely to deal with Jing Menghun's joke. You seem to have something on your mind these days. Jing Menghun frowned as he looked at his sworn brother. He could clearly feel that something was wrong from the other party's demeanor. It's nothing. In Wu Tian pondered gloomily for a long time. Then he suddenly said in a low voice, Big brother, what do you think will happen if I kill Qing Yun He? Chapter 315. I've been thinking about it for a long time. In Wu Tian snorted. His expression became bleak. This matter? I want to do it. Shut up. Jing Menghun said sternly. You don't want to live anymore. Do you know who Qing Yun He is? Kill him? How can you say that? My brother's legs are related to that old thief Qing Yun He. In Wu Tian clenched his teeth. You're crazy. That Yigong is clearly a spy. Jing Menghun said angrily. Do you believe what he says? Yigong is obviously not a good person, but it doesn't mean that his knowledge is false. In Wu Tian snorted and said, We have studied my brother's injuries many times. Finally, we unanimously concluded that this is a strange martial art that directly damages the meridians. Moreover, it is very sharp. But Yigong could see at a glance that this is an invisible sword energy. In Wu Tian said, This is absolutely not false. Even if it is not false, what does it have to do with Qing Yun He? He is just a weak scholar. Jing Menghun panicked. If he couldn't dispel In Wu Tian's thoughts, and if he really killed Qing Yun He, then it would be over. Diwu Qingro valued Qing Yun He. How could he allow In Wu Tian to kill Qing Yun He? Only he has a chance. In Wu Tian was indifferent. Even if he didn't do it, he must have known about it. His eyes revealed a look of hatred. Don't tell me that my brother's legs were crippled in vain. Old Fourth, Jing Menghun shouted sternly in a low voice. Then he said in a low voice, Let this matter rot in your heart. In Wu Tian immediately realized that Jing Menghun had some doubts in his heart when he heard these words. Let it rot in your heart. In Wu Tian sneered mischievously. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said in a low voice, But that's my elder brother. My elder brother from the same mother. We share the same blood. Jing Menghun was speechless for a while. He stared blankly at In Wu Tian. They looked at each other in a daze, but didn't speak. The tent became deathly silent. When Diwu Qingro returned to the Prime Minister's manor, the first thing he did was to write a letter. Then he clapped his hands, and the wall behind him started to twist and squirm. It seemed as if there was a living creature. After a long time, a strange figure separated from the inside. It was the figure of a flying bird, extremely illusory. Diwu Qingro rolled up the letter. Then he rubbed his hands together and turned it into a small ball. Then he stuffed it into the mouth of the illusory bird. The illusory bird immediately began to retreat. When it came into contact with the wall, the space suddenly distorted and rippled, and then slowly returned to normal. In the blink of an eye, the strange bird boat disappeared. Diwu Ching Ro sat quietly on his chair. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he clapped his hands and said, "Summon Han Bu Chu, Cheng Yun He, the generals of the 8 war zones, and the officials of the military, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Appointments. Everyone must come to my place by tomorrow afternoon." Diwu Ching Ro's voice had a kind of decisiveness in it, gloomy and cold. "Yes," a voice answered from outside the study room. Diwu Ching Ro rubbed his temples and slowly paced back and forth. After a long time, he stood in front of the window and said to himself, "Then I will first overturn this world." Then he turned around and flicked his finger. With a schwa sound, a large map fell down from the opposite wall. This map was 3 feet wide from top to bottom, but it was nearly 10 feet long from left to right. The topography on the map was clear and extremely detailed. In the middle of the map, there were 2 words that Diwu Ching Ro had written in red. Iron Cloud. This was the map of the entire Iron Cloud nation. Schemes and tricks are only small tricks. Even if they are useful, they are not very useful. The real decisive power is on the battlefield. Diwu Ching Ro muttered, "If we attack from the front." His gaze fell on the border between Iron Cloud and Great Jiao. The 2 sides had been fighting for hundreds of years. That area, on the map, it was only as thick as a finger and not as long as an arm. However, in this area, the lives of tens of millions of outstanding soldiers had been buried for hundreds of years. The 2 countries fought each other here and there, fighting without rest. This place was a battlefield. It included dozens of mountains, hundreds of cities, canyons, and large-scale battlefields. Moreover, it was vast and spanned a long distance. The battle here was so loud that the neighboring mountains could not necessarily hear it. As for the places further away, they naturally could not hear it. In the wars of the past, the battle strategy was the same. One side would deliberately mislead the enemy and then attack from the other side. Then the enemy would meet the enemy head-on. The military strength would be in a stalemate, and both sides would dispatch troops to reinforce each other. This area was not small. Moreover, it was far beyond the scope of an ordinary battlefield. If it was a large-scale battle, it would be enough to set up a dozen large battlefields that could accommodate millions of people fighting. However, to put it bluntly, almost all the famous generals of the past had memorized the topography of this area. Some of them were so detailed that they even clearly remembered the peculiarities of each mountain. Even so, there were people constantly lying in ambush, people constantly losing their lives, and people constantly being harmed. This place was called the Land of Fighting Souls by the 2 countries of Iron Cloud and Great Jiao. Tens of millions of soldiers were buried here. If it was not called Land of Fighting Souls, then there was no other special name that could be given. King of Hell Chu, scheming is only a minor skill. Fighting for supremacy on the battlefield is the real skill. Diwu Ching Ro's deep gaze looked here and muttered, "King of Hell Chu, Tai Bu Tian Tai Long Chung. Let us decide who will belong to the world here." Chu Yang had now completed the evolution of his 5th grade revered sword artist. He still maintained his original posture, lying in the grass and looking at the starry sky. It was almost dawn now. If he went into the water, he was afraid that it would be the morning of the day by the time he made a ruckus. That would be too big of a commotion. Therefore, he wanted to leave this time until night time. Then he would need to go into the water in the afternoon. It would be close to nighttime by the time he found it. The battle would also need some time to reflect from such a deep underwater to the surface. Just in time for nighttime. He would have a whole day's free time. Chu Yang unconsciously thought, "I wonder how Master and Tan Tan are doing in the upper 3 heavens? Would Qing Gu be very happy to receive those gifts from me? Would she smile? What are those brothers of mine doing after they went back? Has Gu Duxing already given that thing to Gu Miaoling? I killed 2 people for him. Would he be annoyed? GMO and Luo Kudi should already be in the Tsanglan battlefront. Would they be in danger? After thinking for a while, a clear figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Wu Qianqian! A pair of eyes with hidden bitterness was looking at him. Chu Yang was startled. He hastily shook his head. But another person was staring at him. Tai Butian, the Emperor of Iron Cloud, was looking at him. Her gaze was gentle, but it contained deep expectations. Then Du Qingrou's face appeared. Chu Yang closed his eyes and helplessly smiled bitterly. Since his rebirth, he had gone through a lot of things. It could be said that he hadn't stopped working for even half a day in such a long time. In addition to official matters, there were also private matters. Then he had to spend a lot of time practicing martial arts every day. Every day he had to make his physical body reach a few breakthroughs. Time passed little by little. In the morning, Chu Yang, Jing Menghun, and Yin Wu Tian sat together and ate a harmonious breakfast. Everyone was talking and laughing wittily. However, Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian looked very dispirited. It was obvious that they hadn't slept well these past few days. They weren't as spirited as Minister Chu. At noon, Yin Wu Tian found a few fishermen and asked them to go into the water to step on the lotus roots. But they didn't have more than 7 knots. Chu Yang sighed as he looked. After eating and drinking, Jing Menghun received a notice and hurried back to the Prime Minister's mansion. Yin Wu Tian was drunk and dizzy. He looked for people and changed to another place to continue the work. But nothing happened. Minister Chu shook his head and sighed. He didn't say a word. But Yin Wu Tian couldn't help but feel angry as he looked at Minister Chu's appearance. Moreover, the 4th king-level master, Yin, had been having a bad time these past few days. So he had to look at this king-level master, Jun Qingyang, every day. His belly was filled with disgust, and he felt like it was about to burst. Great Zhao! Great Zhao! Great Zhao! Great Zhao is known as the richest in the world, but it's nothing more than this. King-level master Jun Qingyang began to speak strange words. Yin Wu Tian almost covered his face and left. Moreover, this is the richest province in Great Zhao. Tsk. Jun Qingyang's voice was strange, but it was deliberately strange. It made people's hair stand on end. It's known as the spirit of illustrious heroes. Tsk. Jun Qingyang continued. I can't even find a lotus root. Yin Wu Tian's face was as black as iron. He stood there stupefied. It seems that this lotus lake can only be used to raise fish. King-level master Jun Qingyang sighed. It's not that our great Zhao doesn't have any. It's just that stepping on lotus roots is a technical job. Yin Wu Tian suppressed his anger and said in a muffled voice, We know martial arts, but we don't know how to do it. Hey, do you want this king-level master to go down personally? Jun Qingyang squinted. I would have kicked this bastard into the lake if Prime Minister Duwu hadn't instructed me to do so. Yin Wu Tian's eyes blazed as he coldly said, I wouldn't dare to stop king-level Master Jun if you have such a refined interest. It seems that I have no choice but to go down personally. King-level Master Jun Qingyang stretched his legs and moved his waist. Then he began to take off his clothes. Go down, go down. You'll drown. You'll suffocate. You'll get entangled by the aquatic plants. You'll die and rot in there. Yin Wu Tian prayed viciously in his heart, but he still asked with concern, Brother Jun, do you really want to go down? Brother Jun? Jun Qingyang was bare-chested. He made a strange pose and exposed an eye-catching scar that stretched from his chest to his belly. It meandered all over his body like a huge centipede. He then said with a strange smile, 4th king-level Master Yin, you can't call me Brother Jun. My status is low, but you, ha 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 ha, have you ever heard of bamboo? Chapter 3:16. Yin Wu Tian clenched his teeth and stared at the hideous scar on King Level Master Jun's belly. He cursed in his heart, "Motherfucker. Why couldn't I have used a little more strength to open your chest when you were my opponent? You left behind such a scourge. I'm so angry now. Do as you wish." Yin Wu Tian clenched his teeth and spat out these two words. Then he turned his head. "Of course, do as you wish. Don't tell me you want to order me around?" Jun Qingyang laughed loudly. He jumped up like a big white fish and fell into the water. The sky was already dark. Yin Wu Tian roared towards the sky. His chest, which was about to explode, finally calmed down a little. "Go," Yin Wu Tian angrily ordered. Sir, it's already dark. The underwater mud of the Lotus Lake is very dangerous. Sir, go down by yourself." "Let's wait," a fisherman timidly suggested. "Who cares if he dies?" Yin Wu Tian furiously said. "It's good if he drowns. Go, go, go. Go, go." He took out a few silver ingots and drove the crowd away. Then he angrily returned to his tent. He picked up a jar of wine and drank half of it. Then he roared, "No one is allowed to go near the water. If you hear anything, just pretend that you didn't hear anything. Do you understand?" His subordinates were confused, but the King Level Master was angry. So, who would dare to provoke him? They wisely chose not to ask. The hidden sentries at the lakeside withdrew. Anyway, the Lotus Lake was still under control. So, there wouldn't be any big chaos. In fact, many people didn't understand why they were monitoring the Lotus Lake. Sure enough, King Level Master Jun Qingyang came out of the lake after a while. He hoarsely roared, "Come, some people." Yin Wu Tian heard this. He sneered and said in a low voice, "Fuck you." He ignored him. King Level Master Jun shouted again, "Fuck you." "Is everyone dead?" There was still no movement. "Where are they? Fuck! Where are they?" King Level Master Jun angrily yelled. Yin Wu Tian ignored him. King Level Master Jun submerged into the water again with a splash. Yin Wu Tian laughed complacently. He ordered again, "Hide further away." King Level Master Jun came out with a crashing sound after a while. "How many people have come here, you bastards? Phut! Where the hell are they?" He hooted for a while, but no one paid him any attention. He cursed angrily for a while. Then, with a splash, he sank back into the lake. While Chu Yang was sinking into the Lotus Lake, Diwu Qingro was holding the most important military meeting in his life. In the Prime Minister's manor, Wei Sun Xie was on guard duty every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. Suddenly, in a large hall, fierce generals were as numerous as the clouds, and strategists were as numerous as the rain, all gathered in one place. All the key figures of the great Zhao Empire were gathered here. During this period of time, great Zhao's affairs had been unceasing. Except for the several large legions that were used to suppress Limitless Nation, the other high-ranking military officers had been summoned back by Diwu Qingro. Everyone had a clear premonition in their hearts. This was the Prime Minister gathering all his strength to form a fist. But when this fist was thrown out, it would be the moment to decide the fate of the world. Therefore, when Diwu Qingro summoned them, everyone rushed over like a cat that had smelled blood. Those who arrived early had already paced back and forth in front of the Prime Minister's manor for more than 2 hours. The furthest person received the news and immediately rushed back in the middle of the night. 2 horses were exhausted on the way, but when he arrived, he found out that he was still 2 hours early. As soon as he came in, Diwu Qingro's solemn face gave everyone the feeling that a storm was coming. "Today, I called everyone here to talk about something." Diwu Qingro knocked on the table. "Sit down. Don't just stand there." Everyone laughed awkwardly and sat down one after another. Han Buchu sat at the front of the wall. His hand pulled out a huge map that was directly across from everyone. With a schwa sound, a huge map fell down. The 2 words "Iron Cloud" on the map made the eyes of these seasoned generals brighten and their bodies turn cold. Diwu Qing Ro's blue robe fluttered as he walked in front of the map. His deep eyes looked at everyone and said indifferently, "Today I called everyone here to make you fight with your lives on the line." Everyone held their breath, and their eyes could not help but burn. "Everyone, the day that we have been waiting for is about to come." Diwu Qing Ro suddenly turned around and pointed at the thousands of mountains and rivers of Iron Cloud Nation on the map. He shouted, "Everyone who can be the first to kill their way into the heart of Iron Cloud." With a boom, the atmosphere in the hall was completely ignited. Although no one moved, the boiling fighting spirit in the hall was enough to set the entire world on fire. "Everyone who can be the first to plant the flag of Great Zhao on top of Iron Cloud Citadel." Diwu Qing Ro said in a deep voice, "Who can take the head of Tai Long Qing for me? Who can kill King of Hell Chu for me? Who can tie Tai Butian up and bring him to me?" Diwu Qing Ro's series of questions almost stimulated the fighting spirit of these generals to an uncontrollable level. Everyone clenched their fists and breathed heavily. Their eyes were filled with a ferocious and bloodthirsty light like a wild beast. This battle will decide the fate of the entire Chongtian continent. Diwu Qing Ro's voice was solemn. "This battle will forever be recorded in the history of Chongtian. It will last for 10,000 years. This battle, everyone's names and achievements will forever be passed down in Chongtian continent. You will become a legend. This battle will determine who wins the throne of the world. This battle will determine who will rise and fall in the Tao of the firmament." Diwu Qing Ro's voice was faint, but it seemed to have a deep bewitchment in people's hearts. It thoroughly aroused the fighting spirit of these men. "Prime Minister, please give the order." A general with a curly beard could not help but shout, "Prime Minister, please give the order." The crowd was stirred up and everyone clamored. "Good." Diwu Qing Ro's eyes were filled with disdain. He looked around and announced in a deep voice, "This old man will personally go to the battlefield and lead the 3 armies." Boom! Everyone shouted excitedly, "The Prime Minister will personally go to the battlefield?" In an instant, the scene of following Diwu Qing Ro and winning every battle flashed in front of their eyes. This legendary military advisor of a generation, a peerless general, was finally going to personally go to the battlefield. This lowly official is here. A 40 to 50-year-old official stood up. "From today onwards, transfer the stockpiled provisions of all the prefectures and immediately transport them to the northwest. The more, the better. There must be no mistakes." "Yes." "Do I need to say more about the fodder for the war horses?" "Yes. Everything has been prepared." "Good." Diwu Qing Ro said coldly, "This battle is crucial. If there is a problem in any aspect, then the entire Great Zhao will be consigned to eternal damnation. No matter who it is, as long as there is a little carelessness, immediately behead without mercy." "Yes, Great Zhao's horses have already been tamed, together with their cavalry. From today onwards, head north. Remember, I said all of them." "Yes, Official Jean." Diwu Qing Ro looked at another person. "This lowly official is here. Bring out all the weapons in reserve. Do your best to use the best weapons in the Northwest war zone." "Yes, Official." "This lowly official is here. From today onwards, recruit all the doctors and soldiers of the Great Zhao Empire. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy, exterminated." "Yes." This official's face immediately broke out in cold sweat. "Is there a problem?" Diwu Qing Ro looked at his face sternly. "No, there is no problem." The official quivered and felt the eyes of wolves and tigers looking at him. He was so scared that he almost peed himself. "Official Wu, this lowly official is here. The Ministry of Revenue's money including the nation's treasury, and the various reserves. Open them at the same time. Yes. It's impossible for this battle to end in one go. It is very likely that it will take a long time. Pass down my order. From today onwards, the taxes of the entire Great Zhao Empire will be doubled. It will be used for this battle. After this battle, taxes will be exempted for 3 years. Yes. Newbies, seize the time to train. As the follow-up troops, prepare to set out at any time. After that, Diu Qingro continued to issue orders. All the pre-war preparations came out of his mouth, one by one. They were extremely detailed. They only needed to follow Diu Qingro's orders. They did not even need to do everything in order to prepare everything for this battle. War is money. Diu Qingro said softly, all of these things are money. Without money, there is no way to fight. So, silver, you must be prepared to the extreme. King-level leader Jing, Golden Horse Riders Department's stockpile must also be taken out. Jing Meng Hun hurriedly replied, yes. The coordination of the rear will be handed over to Han Buchu and Cheng Yin He. Diu Qingro took out a jade token and held it in his hand. This jade is my personal keepsake. If this jade is here, then I am here. If anyone dares to disobey and not do their best, the two of you can kill them at any time. After that, there is no need to report. Yes, Han Buchu and Cheng Yin, he both stood up and took a step forward. They respectfully received this jade token that represented the highest authority in Great Zhao. Buchu, Yin He, you should know. The stability of the rear is the most important condition for defeating the enemy. Diu Qingro said seriously. So, there must not be any chaos in the rear. Understood? Rest assured, Prime Minister. The two of us are willing to sacrifice our lives to live up to Prime Minister's trust. Very good. Buchu and the military generals, stay here. The rest of you can go out and prepare. Diu Qingro waved his hand. Yes, everyone knew that what they were about to discuss was the real secret. Even if a little was leaked, it was enough to affect the outcome of the battle. No one was curious about this matter. The less they knew, the better. Jing Meng Hun. Yes. Inform Li Jinsong of Beyond the Heavens sect to begin the operation immediately. Yes. Jing Meng Hun immediately replied. Right now, Li Jinsong is not of much use, but to a certain extent, he can disrupt Tai Butian's line of sight. Diu Qingro said casually, also immediately send out a letter. Use my name to summon all the sects of Great Zhao to participate in the battle. Yes. In addition, Du Shiqing's family should play their role. Diu Qingro said casually. Chapter 317. Don't worry, Prime Minister. Even if we die a horrible death, he will sweep the world for Prime Minister. All the generals roared in unison. Everyone, please take care of yourselves for me, for Great Zhao, for your families. Diu Qingro's expression was solemn. He held the flag and bowed deeply. Prime Minister. Someone couldn't help but choke up. They felt that even if they had to die for Prime Minister Diu, they would have no complaints. Without these, you will have to pay more. Diu Qingro said seriously, are you sure? Are you prepared? Prime Minister. We are sure. We must be prepared. Everyone roared. As soldiers, we are ready to die on the battlefield. A soldier's death on the battlefield is the best ending in this life. Good. Diu Qingro's deep and dignified gaze carried a trace of strong reluctance and an indescribable deep emotion. He looked at everyone's faces one by one. He was so careful, so affectionate, yet so persistent and resolute. Everyone had the same feeling at the same time. On the morning before their first expedition, their old father stood at the door and gazed at them like this, full of reluctance and love. They vaguely remembered the willows and the wind of that year, the sand and dust of the ancient path. Today, the wind was still blowing, the willows were still swaying, and the sand and dust of the ancient path were still floating. From time to time, it would float into their eyes and turn into sour tears. But that white-haired old father, where was he? Diwu Ro's gaze stirred up the deepest part of their hearts. It was the softest part of their hearts that belonged to their loved ones. Everyone's gaze quietly met Diwu Ro's gaze, and they suddenly felt moved and warm in their hearts. In an instant, the hall where the generals gathered before the expedition was suddenly filled with warmth. Diwu Ro slowly swept his gaze around. He didn't hesitate on anyone's face, but everyone had the same feeling. Prime Minister. He seemed to have deeply wedged us into his own heart. We will never forget. Everyone who had this thought had their eyes turn red. At the same time, he felt a stifling feeling in his heart. A huge power was boiling and expanding in his blood. If he didn't let it out, it would be extremely uncomfortable. Next, I will announce the battle plan for this time, and the locations where each army will be stationed, their cooperation, and their respective missions for the next 2 months. Diwu Ro's voice was very soft, but everyone could hear it clearly in this pin-drop silence in the hall. Diwu Ro stood at the entrance of the hall. The soldiers who were about to set out walked past him in a line. Every general who walked in front of him straightened their backs and solemnly saluted him. Diwu Ro just stood there like this. No matter who it was, he would always pat that person's shoulder and say a few words. Black, I remember the first time I met you. You were still running away with 50 people. Now, you've become the first commander of a 100,000-man army. Don't disappoint me. Little Eagle, I remember that I was the one who gave you this nickname. Haha, back then, you were training the sparrow hawk on the top of the mountain. You were still a little intelligence chief. Iron Rod, this bastard. Even now, his body is still like an iron rod. Diwu Ro's eyes were full of emotion as he looked at the generals who were walking out one by one. He was very familiar with each of them. He casually called out their nicknames without thinking. It seemed as if this person's information and appearance were engraved in his heart. Every person who had been patted on the shoulder by him felt as if this warm hand had suddenly injected an inexplicable power into them. They felt their hearts tremble violently. The Prime Minister still remembers me. The Prime Minister hasn't forgotten me. He still remembers my nickname. He still remembers what I did for him. Every time I was ordered to go to war, the Prime Minister would pat my shoulder and send me to war like this. It's the same today. The Prime Minister patted my shoulder in those days. I never failed a mission. It's the same today. We won't fail. We are invincible. Nay, the warhorse neighed and stood up on its hind legs. A general sat upright on the back of the warhorse. He only used his legs to control the horse. Then, the horse's body soared into the air. He clasped his hands together and said with a solemn face, Prime Minister, after today's farewell, this general will wait for the Prime Minister's personal expedition at the northern border. When the time comes, the blood of millions of ironclad soldiers will go with the Prime Minister's wine. Good. Diwu Ro's voice hadn't faded away when the horse turned around in the air. When its front hooves landed on the ground, it had already turned around perfectly. Its 4 hooves were like arrows leaving the bowstring. The figure on the horse's back remained motionless. It was majestic and tall. It didn't even look back as it disappeared into the night. Then the second person followed. Prime Minister, this general will take his leave for the time being. Prime Minister, the northern border will welcome the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, this general will personally behead Tai Longcheng. When the time comes, I ask the Prime Minister to celebrate with me. Xiang Cha, the sound of the horses' neighing echoed. The sound of the horses' hooves galloped unceasingly. Diwu Ro stood in front of the door with his hands behind his back. His demeanor was distant and upright. He was like an old general standing under a military flag. He was filled with the belief of victory. He was watching his loyal subordinates go to gather the troops. When they meet again, the winds and clouds will change. The sky and earth will be turned upside down. The person had already gone far away. The sound of the horses' hooves gradually disappeared. Diwu Ching Ro looked at the bright and dim lights in the distance, with his hands behind his back. He muttered, "King of Helchu, how can this be exchanged with petty tricks?" He suddenly turned around and strode into the residence. He shouted, "Jing Meng Hun, come here." Chu Yang was like a big fish. He silently swam towards the deepest part of the water. Yin Wu Tian had almost collapsed due to Chu Yang's actions. Moreover, many people had been evacuated from the shore. Therefore, Chu Yang had dived into the water after calling out several times in a row. He didn't resurface again. He slipped from the shallow water to the deep water. A strong summoning thought was issued from the bottom of the water. His dantian jumped. The sword point and the sword edge of the tribulation sword silently emerged from his chest. They illuminated his body and radiated light in all directions. Chu Yang didn't hesitate. He continuously moved more than a dozen times until he reached the top of the strange cave entrance. The next moment, a big stone appeared in his arms. Then his entire body shot towards the bottom of the water like an arrow. He clearly felt that the diving this time was much easier than the last time. The softness of water, the buoyancy of water, and the pressure of wood, he had already understood everything. Moreover, his martial power had advanced. He had advanced by 4 big steps compared to the last time. When Chu Yang entered the water, it was like a drop of water melting into the sea. The comfortable feeling all over his body made him feel that this was his home. No dog, no restraint. I can do whatever I want. He kept his eyes wide open all the way down. He could vaguely see a big fish not far from him. They were gracefully swimming in the water. Occasionally, a group of small fish would rush over. His vision became more and more violent. It became darker and darker. Finally, he reached the point where there was no light. Chu Yang's muscles completely relaxed. He slightly narrowed his eyes. He was almost there. Suddenly, a weak light flashed below. Chu Yang's spirit was aroused. He sank for several hundred feet. Then, the light gradually brightened. Chu Yang's heart stirred. A long sword that he had painstakingly forged in the past few days appeared in his hand. This sword, whether in terms of hardness or sharpness, was several times stronger than the one he had forged before. The tip of the calamity sword let out a delicate hum. It sneakily moved along his wrist to check the body of the sword. Then it turned into a silver light and slowly moved forward. When it reached the tip of the sword, it disappeared. The scabbard suddenly rushed out and directly attached itself to the sword sheath. The consciousness of the calling below was even stronger. It was like a little girl craving for a toy. She was dancing and yelling, looking forward to the arrival of her friends. That feeling of surprise was so clear. Suddenly, a sharp sound of water splashing was heard. Chu Yang frowned. He saw that a few of those strange snakes had already turned into white smoke in the water like sharp swords and rushed over. Every one of them opened their mouths. Inside, there were dense poisonous fangs. They looked ferocious and terrifying. He didn't expect that this time, before his feet even touched the ground, they would attack him. Chu Yang snorted coldly. He waved his sword and slashed. A silvery cross shot out. The sword light flew out and scattered in all directions, turning into sparkling lights everywhere. A few strange screams were heard. 7 snakes were cut into several pieces at the same time. Poisonous flood dragons. After the sword spirit's explanation, Chu Yang knew that these things were extremely poisonous. Although he wasn't afraid of poison, he didn't want these things to get close to him. More and more poisonous flood dragons came out of the water. In an instant, they were densely packed. They came from all directions, from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. And Chu Yang hadn't reached the bottom yet. The sword tip of calamity, sword, roared angrily. Suddenly, an extremely cold current spurted out from the tip of the sword. It was the 7 cold energy that he had obtained in Beyond the Heavens sect. Once the cold energy came out, it covered the sky and the earth. The entire surrounding area of several hundred feet was condensed into a huge ice block. These poisonous flood dragons were all frozen inside. They were motionless. Chu Yang's sword tip fiercely slashed down. More than a dozen shining crosses shot towards the bottom of his feet. After a series of screams, tens of thousands of poisonous flood dragons below were dismembered. Chu Yang's feet stepped on the stone ground. Looking up, he saw that not too far away, there was still that strange wall and that strange pearl at that moment. He stood there quietly. Chu Yang snorted. He opened his arms, and an invisible stream of energy was emitted from his body. The frozen ice block in the sky quietly melted. The frozen bodies of the poisonous flood dragons collapsed and sank down. Then they were swept away by the undercurrent to an unknown place. It turned out that under the extreme cold energy, these lone flood dragons had died a violent death almost immediately. Along with an angry roar, the water flow at the bottom of the water shook violently. Millions of tiny poisonous flood dragons came out. At the same time, a huge figure also appeared. Poisonous flood dragon. Chapter 318. Chu Yang flicked his wrist, and a few sharp swords and flowers flew out. He greeted them from top to bottom and left to right. Then he walked forward step by step. They hadn't even taken 2 steps when a huge stream of water fiercely rolled over and swept those small and weak poisonous flood dragons far away. Many of them were even squeezed to death. However, Chu Yang didn't even blink. He had been trying to figure out the soft power of water for such a long time. If he couldn't even bear such a small scene, then he might as well go and hold the baby. He looked carefully and saw that the huge body of the poisonous flood dragon was already in front of him. That pair of fist-sized eyeballs from afar was actually as big as a rice bowl now that they were closer. They emitted a ferocious light. Its body was hundreds of feet long. It was floating in the water. Chu Yang didn't move. The poisonous flood dragon angrily raised its head and roared. A powerful stream of water spurted out from the moment it roared. The surroundings shook violently. Chu Yang smiled and took a step forward. The next moment, the poisonous flood dragon saw that the other party didn't buy it. It raised its head and opened its mouth. A cloud of mist came out. Then it looked at Chu Yang with a cruel look in its eyes. Whoosh! Chu Yang clearly felt that something was wrong. Chu Yang hastily dodged to one side. Then a bubble-like thing was shot out of the poisonous flood dragon's mouth. It exploded with a pop sound as soon as it came out. It turned into a crisscrossing water blade and pounced towards Chu Yang to attack him. The water blade carved out a vacuum zone in this deep water. It even created white smoke. It was obvious that its strength was great and its speed was fast. Chu Yang leaned back and avoided a blade. He retracted his abdomen and avoided another one. Then he quickly floated out. He continuously blocked the opponent's sword. Dang, 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 dang. Even at the bottom of the water, the sound was crisp and clear, and it even echoed. Chu Yang retreated 10 feet with each sound. After dozens of sounds, Chu Yang had retreated more than 300 feet. Pale green blood floated up from all directions, bringing with it an unpleasant smell. It turned out that after the water blade was blocked by Chu Yang, it didn't disperse. Instead, it cut into the group of young poisonous flood dragons. This wave of attack had opened up several paths. No less than 10,000 dragons were killed. Chu Yang only felt that his wrist was slightly sore and numb. This guy was too abnormal. The water blade he spat out from his mouth was actually so powerful. Suddenly, the poisonous flood dragon seemed to be enraged. It swung its tail, and its huge body flew up. It then fiercely shot towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang opened his mouth, and immediately felt that the whole world had turned dark. Such a big mouth! Chu Yang remembered that the biggest animal he had ever seen was a rhinoceros. But now it seemed that if this poisonous flood dragon swallowed that kind of rhinoceros, it wouldn't even hiccup. As for the warhorses, this thing's mouth was big enough to accommodate 3 warhorses at the same time. Motherfucker! Chu Yang shook his hand and said in his heart, "One ray of cold light is enough to cover 10,000 feet." Calamity soared crazily, used the soft power of water in the Water Conservancy. Chu Yang didn't even finish one move. Instead, he continued with, "What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world?" He flipped his body and stabbed downwards. In one breath, he executed another 2 moves. Sharp will bury deep will never be changed. Gather the wind and clouds to become the emperor. For moves were executed at the same time. The sword light crisscrossed, and the poisonous flood dragon roared loudly. It seemed to be in extreme pain, but it fiercely faced the shining sword light and still bit down. Chu Yang was startled. Under the sharp sword light of Calamity Sword, he clearly saw that the flesh in this big guy's mouth was already dripping with blood. Large chunks of flesh were falling down, but the ferocious teeth in its mouth were extremely sturdy. The sword slashed with all its strength, but it only smashed the teeth into powder. It didn't break. Chu Yang leaped backwards and shot out like a water arrow. The poisonous flood dragon seemed to have been provoked. It chased after him relentlessly. Although the Calamity Sword was sharp, it was too small. For such a big poisonous flood dragon, it couldn't even be compared to a toothpick. It couldn't cause much damage to it. Even if the sword hilt was inserted, it probably couldn't injure its internal organs. Fortunately, Chu Yang had comprehended the soft power of water during this time. Otherwise, he would have been in this guy's stomach by now, in its stomach. Just as Chu Yang thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. This guy's skin is too sturdy. Even the Calamity Sword would need a lot of strength to be inserted. I can only have a chance to damage its mouth when it opens its mouth to attack me. But the results are minimal. If I continue to fight like this, even if this guy can't catch me, I'm afraid I'll be exhausted to death. But it couldn't possibly have such hard scales in its stomach, could it? Chu Yang began to size up this guy's mouth. He frowned. This guy doesn't seem to pay attention to hygiene. Even in the water, he can smell that strange smell in his mouth. Fine. This minister will throw away his innocence this time. At this time, Chu Yang had already retreated thousands of feet. The poisonous flood dragon's body was completely floating in the water. It was stretching out. Good heavens! It was a full 500 feet. Chu Yang had already slashed its head hundreds of times. It had already thoroughly provoked its ferocious nature. Now its mouth was open and its eyes were shining fiercely. It couldn't wait to tear Chu Yang apart. Chu, in its long life, this was the first time it had suffered such a serious injury. This made its heart full of anger towards this ant-like human in front of it. Finally, after dozens of attacks had no effect, it seemed to understand that such simple attacks couldn't cause any harm to this human. After all, its body was too big and inflexible, and the other party was very cunning. So it cleverly changed its strategy. The water flow suddenly stopped. Then, a fierce suction force came towards Chu Yang. In a situation where it couldn't catch up, the poisonous flood dragon finally displayed its innate ability. Suck! It sucked this guy into its mouth and bit him. This was an indiscriminate attack. Like moths darting into a flame, all tiny poisonous flood dragons in the surrounding area flew towards the mouth of the beast. This guy seemed to be used to eating its own grandson. It didn't care at all. Its eyes were only looking at Chu Yang. Sure enough, Chu Yang's body suddenly stopped in the water. Then he seemed to be in a hurry to retreat. The poisonous flood dragon was overjoyed. It opened its mouth even wider. It didn't hesitate to use a stronger suction force. Closer, even closer. You're going to be my meal soon. The poisonous flood dragon's eyes emitted a cruel light. It had lived under the water all its life. It had never gone up, and it had never eaten such a strange food. This made it look forward to the coming meal. It was already at the edge of its mouth. The poisonous flood dragon let out an excited roar. Then it felt that this guy was finally eaten in its mouth. It almost couldn't wait. Its upper and lower rows of teeth suddenly closed together. No, it seemed that when it was at the edge of its mouth, this guy suddenly rushed in with great cooperation. In a flash, it drilled into its stomach from its mouth. Crack! The poisonous flood dragon roared towards the sky. Its upper and lower rows of teeth fiercely collided together. However, it didn't bite anything. Instead, one of its teeth, which had been cut by the calamity soared dozens of times, broke off with a cracking sound. It was too sad and indignant. This hateful creature, Lord Poisonous Jiao Dragon, thought hatefully, no matter what, it was eaten by me. Maybe the day after tomorrow, or maybe I don't have to wait until tomorrow. This guy will become my excrement. It had finally eliminated this troublesome guy. The poisonous flood dragon moved its body contentedly. It was about to gracefully return to its residence. Suddenly, a strange pain came from its stomach. Then, this pain became more and more intense. In the end, it was almost like an avalanche. The poisonous flood dragon, which had just won, didn't even have time to be excited. It fell into a state where it wished it was dead. When the suction force was at its strongest, Chu Yang suddenly relaxed his control over his whole body. His body turned in a circle and flew into the poisonous flood dragon's mouth with a whooshing sound. This wasn't difficult at all. This poisonous flood dragon's mouth was really too big. As mentioned earlier, its mouth was big enough to accommodate 3 horses galloping in. Chu Yang's body seems to be much smaller than the 3 horses. After entering, Chu Yang immediately rushed down. He felt that he had entered a slippery and sticky place. He didn't hesitate. His long sword moved forward and down. He used all his strength to display the calamity sword technique in this guy's stomach. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? A sharp will bury, deep won't change. Gather the wind and clouds to become the emperor. A sword that has been famous since ancient times. The wind and clouds move unhindered. The sun and the moon are my lightning generals. The sky is blood red. Chu Yang used the 8 moves of the calamity sword technique to the best of his ability. This kind of behavior was almost equivalent to madness. However, Chu Yang still felt that he wasn't crazy enough. His body slid down a bit after he had continuously displayed the 8 moves of the sword technique. So, he continued to brandish his long sword. The first 8 moves of the calamity sword technique were repeatedly displayed twice. Then he stopped. It was boring at this time. The power of the first 8 moves of the sword technique crazily condensed and exploded in the poisonous flood dragon's stomach. Calamity sword technique. Overlapping heavens, sword technique. This was the kind of marvelous calamity sword technique that a low-level revered sword artist could force Duke Yu to a draw. Even Duke Yu hadn't tasted the power of 8 moves in a row. But now, this poisonous flood dragon was enjoying all of it. The sword light exploded like a bomb in the poisonous flood dragon's weakest body with a loud bang. Tens of thousands of sword lights turned the flesh and blood of the exploded body into minced meat. 2 places below also exploded with a loud bang at almost the same time. The internal organs of the poisonous flood dragon that were more than 100 feet long were destroyed. However, the scales on the outside were too strong. These things couldn't get out. They fell down one by one and turned into a pool of blood. Chu Yang was submerged in it. Chu Yang held his breath and rushed forward to expose his head, but he felt a bang sound as something hard knocked on his head. Fuck! Chu Yang didn't expect that he would be attacked inside this dragon's stomach. He grabbed it and took a look. It turned out to be a round bead. Well, it wasn't appropriate to call it a bead because this thing looked like a bead. However, it was as big as a bowl and emitted a soft white light. Chu Yang held it in his hand and immediately felt that it contained a huge amount of pure spirit energy. Chapter 319. Could it be this guy's inner core? But isn't the inner core of a spirit beast inside its head? How could this one be inside its stomach? Chu Yang was thinking when he suddenly felt dizzy. His body shook violently. It seemed as if the poisonous flood dragon was running for its life. The poisonous flood dragon had never thought that swallowing a creature it had never seen before would lead to continuous explosions in its stomach. This explosion almost blew up all the flesh and blood in its body. It hadn't died, even though it had suffered such fatal injuries. They began to tumble and scurry about in the water crazily. It had circled around the bottom of the water several times in the blink of an eye. The underwater world had been turned into a mess by it in an instant. Then its 500 feet long body scuttled upwards like a hidden dragon. Blood and minced flesh were flowing out of its mouth as it frantically ran for its life. Its pair of pearl-like eyes had become dim and despairing. However, it hadn't gone more than 2,000 feet when it suddenly lost its life. Then, its huge body suddenly stopped when it was about to emerge from the water's surface. Its eyes were wide open. Then it sank down with a hoo sound. However, his immense strength and the water flow that his body brought along still continued to surge upwards. Yin Wu Tian had been sulking for half a night. He had listened to king-level expert Jun's ghost-like howling for a long time. Then, there had been no more movement. Yin Wu Tian wanted to vent his resentment and forget about it. Where can I find the lotus roots in the middle of the night? Isn't that a joke? I can't do anything without anyone's help. I can only watch him soak in the water until he turns into a white-skinned chicken in the middle of the night. However, there hadn't been any movement since the last time he had heard the cry. The surface of the water was extremely calm. Yin Wu Tian's heart was somewhat perturbed. It was impossible to breathe underwater. Even with Yin Wu Tian's king-level cultivation, he wouldn't be able to last more than half an hour underwater. This wasn't related to the depth of one's martial power. A human being would always have to breathe. However, this king-level Master Jun had already been under the water for an hour. Yin Wu Tian panicked. Motherfucker, could it be that this arrogant guy had drowned to death? Drowning a king-level expert in such tranquil water was tantamount to a big joke. It was absolutely impossible. But now he had no choice but to think this way. If he didn't come out within 2 hours, other than turning into a fish, it was impossible for a living person to do so. Therefore, Yin Wu Tian immediately became busy. Prime Minister Duwu had solemnly instructed me to properly entertain and protect this king-level expert Jun. This was related to his relationship with the three heavens bamboo. If he didn't like him, he could just ignore him for a while. Anyone could fight with him. But if he were to die, who knew how serious the consequences would be? Therefore, Yin Wu Tian waited for a while. But there was still no movement. So, he anxiously called everyone to go to the lakeside to search. However, no matter how hard he searched, he still couldn't find it, even after searching through almost every single strand of water plant. Yin Wu Tian was caught unprepared. So many of his men had been waiting by the shore. but none of them had seen this master climb up. But how could a living person disappear after jumping into the lake? In Wu Tian wanted to cry, but had no tears. In Wu Tian anxiously called for a few boats. Then everyone climbed onto the boats and went to the surface of the water to search. He issued an order. Pay attention. If there is a dead body floating on the surface of the lake, you must pull it up and take a look. Fourth Master Yin believed that this king-level expert June had drowned and turned into a water ghost. Suddenly, someone shouted, "King-level expert, there is movement in the center of the lake." Yin Wu Tian didn't need to say anything, because he had also seen it, because the movement wasn't small. The tranquil surface of the water suddenly churned up. The water level was like a huge fountain. It was almost 10 feet higher than the surrounding water surface. Yin Wu Tian stepped on Xiaodan and urged his primary power to fly over. However, the water surface suddenly calmed down by the time he arrived. Yin Wu Tian had no choice but to drive Xiaodan back and forth. Sure enough, a fountain rose not far away after a short time. Yin Wu Tian rushed over again, but there was no more. Yin Wu Tian felt as if his head was about to explode several times in a row. What's going on? Yin Wu Tian was puzzled when he suddenly felt the water surface under his feet turn violent. It was an unimaginably huge force. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. However, it was too late to dodge. The huge power of the water flow suddenly rushed up from the bottom of the water like an angry dragon. Yin Wu Tian was caught off guard. So he and his boat were lifted up into the sky like a rocket. The boat burst open with a bang, and the current hit Yin Wu Tian's buttocks. Yin Wu Tian let out a strange cry as he lay flat on the top of the wave. Then he soared up 300 feet into the sky. Then the water flow suddenly disappeared with a splashing sound. The fourth master, Yin, stopped in midair like a person flying in the air. He stagnated for a short time before he fell down. The fourth master, Yin, screamed strangely. His body was almost numb from the sudden attack of the water flow. He couldn't move. He looked at himself as he fell face down like a big flat cake. Bang! Water splashed everywhere. The fourth master, Yin, fell on the water surface. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He even had a nosebleed. Chu Yang had seen the sturdiness of the poisonous flood dragon skin. So he obviously used all his strength this time for fear that he wouldn't be able to cut it open. But he didn't expect that his sword would cut it open with a schwa sound. The poisonous flood dragon's body was cut into two from top to bottom. Chu Yang had used too much strength, so he staggered. "Hey, why is it so soft? Isn't it very sturdy?" Chu Yang exclaimed in surprise. "It has lost its vitality, so it's obviously soft. Do you think it's invulnerable?" Sword Spirit said disdainfully. He couldn't bear to see this guy making a fuss over nothing. Take a person, for example. His skin is very tight when he's alive, but how can it be so soft when he becomes a corpse? What kind of analogy is this? Chu Yang was speechless. He was a little depressed. He had originally planned to take a few pieces of this poisonous flood dragon scales and make some soft armors for his brothers to wear. Then, wouldn't their lives be a little more secure? Chu Yang had been thinking about this ever since the tribulation. Sword couldn't cut it open. But he hadn't expected that he would come up with an empty one. There was a fist-sized shiny crystal in the poisonous flood dragon's head. It was triangular in shape. Its 3 corners were very sharp, but it was oval in the middle. This is the poisonous flood dragon's inner core. Sword Spirit said, "Such an inner core isn't very common in the upper 3 heavens. Moreover, it can be used to assist in cultivation, especially for those soft water attribute martial arts. If they find this inner core of yours, I'm afraid they'll break their heads to snatch it. Keep it well. Don't let the tribulation sword devour it." I have a hunch that this poisonous flood dragon's inner core will give you unimaginable benefits in the upper three heavens. Sword Spirit smiled mysteriously. This is an inner core? Then what is this? Chu Yang took out the round bead that he had smashed on his head in the poisonous flood dragon's belly and asked, "This is a priceless treasure." Sword Spirit sighed. "It's a pity that your current cultivation is too low, so you can't use it," he said in a somewhat envious tone. "This is a concentrated and pure essence of heaven and earth." I see. Chu Yang had been wondering why he couldn't absorb even the slightest bit of spiritual energy when he clearly felt it. Chu Yang swam all the way back and arrived in front of the low wall. That rare pearl was still embedded in it. Luminous pearl, a pure luminous pearl. Sword Spirit took a deep breath. If this pearl were to be auctioned in the upper three heavens, the auction price would be enough to buy a city in the lower three heavens. He smiled mischievously. As for the upper three heavens and the lower three heavens, no one would be able to afford it. Chu Yang didn't care about this kind of wealth. He casually picked it up and threw it into the tribulation space. Chu Yang was about to cross the low wall when he suddenly heard a bang sound. The entire low wall broke and then disappeared like a bubble. A burst of dazzling white light was emitted from the place where the low wall had originally been. A burst of fiendish aura surged out violently. It was a kind of pleasant surprise of a long-awaited reunion. Chapter 320. In Chu Yang's Dantian sword point and sword brocade started to clamor at the same time. One sneakily came out to spy on him, while the other flipped around in Chu Yang's Dantian. Their excitement was beyond words. Chu Yang walked over lightly and reached out his hand toward the broken sword. Just as he stretched out his hand, the broken sword automatically jumped up and landed in his palm. The light flashed twice. It seemed as if it was greeting Chu Yang, but it also seemed as if it was blinking happily. Then it disappeared. It disappeared inexplicably in Chu Yang's palm, like snowflakes melting in high temperature. And Chu Yang's Dantian was already in a mess. The newly arrived sword point and sword edge looked as if they had been reunited with each other after a long time. Chu Yang could clearly feel the joy in their eyes. After a long while, it slowly merged into Chu Yang's Dantian and became one with sword edge and sword edge. Chu Yang's Dantian emitted a gentle white light and then slowly weakened. By the time it disappeared, the three parts had become one without any gaps. The sword edge of the Calamity Sword. In terms of sword body, one front and one back, monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy. The front part was the sword edge, and the back part was the sword edge. Sword point, sword edge, and sword edge were all used for killing. When these three parts were put together, the three parts with the greatest killing power were gathered. The sword edge is the second half of the sword body. It is the most fragile part of the sword body and the easiest to break. The most commonly used attacking methods are cutting, lifting, sealing, and holding. Technique is the main part, and strength is the secondary part. In Chu Yang's consciousness, the sword spirit let out a long chant. Chu Yang seemed to understand something, but also seemed to not understand. His mind suddenly felt confused. The next moment, his head felt heavy and his feet felt light. There was a sharp pain in his head that lasted for a long time. Chu Yang's entire head felt as if it was about to split open. He couldn't help but hold his head with both hands and yell at the sky. A stream of air came out of his mouth, causing the water above his head to ripple. Pain. You have to bear with it. This is the most difficult moment for the Calamity Sword to recognize its master, because the first three parts that you put away are mainly used for killing. From today onwards, the entire heavenly layer will be filled with endless killing. The sword spirit said, And from today onwards, the Calamity sword will go through a storm of blood in the world. The souls that die under the sword will never be reincarnated, and Giant Pain will not shed a single drop of blood. In other words, from today onwards, the Calamity sword will have an additional function. It can be considered a method for the Calamity sword to repair itself. It can also be considered a benefit for its owner, that is devouring the power of living beings. This is the power of a demon. It is also the end of the cycle of reincarnation. The sword spirit's voice suddenly stopped, but Chu Yang finally understood the origin of this pain. He tightly clenched his teeth and coldly snorted. Then he said through gritted teeth, "Is there any kind of suffering in this world that I, Chu Yang, cannot endure? What a joke!" As he spoke, he looked up to the sky and roared, "Come on! Let's see if you hurt me to death, or if I conquer you. Ha ha ha!" The pain in his head came wave after wave, like the waves of the sea. It was endless, and each wave was higher than the previous one. His flesh and blood seemed to be cut off at the same time, and his meridians seemed to be broken at the same time. However, the nerves of pain seemed to be artificially magnified by 100 times. This kind of pain was crueler than any punishment in the world. It was unbearable. But after Chu Yang roared that sentence, he actually did not make a single sound. He endured it with all his might. The veins on his temples were about to fly out, and his eyes were about to pop out. Even the skin at the corners of his eyes was slowly tearing apart, and blood flowed out. Chu Yang clenched his fists tightly, and his fingernails had already dug deep into his flesh. His entire body was trembling, but he refused to let out another cry no matter what. "Even if I die from the pain, I, Chu Yang, disdain to make a sound. Death is not something that I have not experienced before. Calamity Sword, what are you? No matter how awesome you are just a sword. You can only acknowledge me as your master. How can I lose to you? What a joke!" Chu Yang roared in his heart. The pain was getting more and more intense, but Chu Yang still endured it. He could faint without feeling it, or it could be said that it would lessen. This was not stipulated, but Chu Yang was ruthless. "I have to endure it with a clear mind. Even if I die, I have to die with a clear mind." Countless times, when he was on the verge of collapse and was about to faint, Chu Yang roared in his heart, "Chu Yang, hold on. Qing Wu is waiting for you." Qing Wu said that she was prettier than the sword. She was prettier than any sword, prettier than the Calamity sword. Thinking of that graceful figure in red with a face full of hidden bitterness in his previous life, Chu Yang's heart was in so much pain that it overturned rivers and seas. This kind of spiritual pain actually suppressed the test of the Calamity sword's possession for a moment. Thinking of that small and delicate figure in red in this life, Chu Yang did not know what kind of torture she was suffering at this moment, and his heart was unbearable. "I just have to endure it. I can save her. I have to save her. Qing Wu, wait for me." This kind of intense pain actually lasted for nearly a quarter of an hour. Chu Yang's whole body was sweating from the pain, and in the end, there were traces of bright red blood. After that, this intense pain suddenly stopped. When it came, it was like a landslide, but when it left, it was also incomparably straightforward. A moment ago, it was like a tsunami, and the next moment, the entire sea surface had frozen. The bottom of the frozen sea. Chu Yang had not even recovered from his shock when he felt as if there was a bright flash of lightning wedged straight into his mind. A thick white fog suddenly appeared in the space of his consciousness, whistling and spiraling. Then 28 large blood-red words, carrying boundless hostility and boundless killing intent, suddenly broke through the clouds like lightning, flashing out of the thick white fog. 28 words slowly appeared and circled in his mind, blood-red and dazzling. Each word was like a sea of blood in the netherworld, like the eyes of a demon flashing, a blade across the sky for 10,000 autumns. This road leads to the netherworld. severing the levers of the mortal world. Everywhere the sharp edge goes, everything ends. These 4 words of the sword technique were also similarly filled with murderous intent. Chu Yang closed his eyes and felt the exhaustion in his body. He let out a long breath. The sword spirit had already started to use a large amount of elixirs to heal the injuries on Chu Yang's body. As he repaired the sword technique, he also sighed in his heart. How many years had it been? When going through this stage, some sword masters had fainted from the pain, some had rolled around in pain, some had screamed, and some had even lost their minds from the pain and bit off one of their fingers. But no one had ever been able to face it like this. He had been awake all this time and had not made a sound. Had he endured it with his eyes wide open? Moreover, the pain this time was several times more intense than the previous 8 times. This guy was really ruthless. Not only was he ruthless to his enemies, but he was even more ruthless to himself. After a long time, Chu Yang found that he had regained the ability to move. His 5 fingers slowly closed, making cracking sounds. His eyes contained a deep and cold, murderous intent. He shouted, "Come out!" At his command, a long sword spontaneously appeared in his hand. The hilt and other parts of the sword were illusory, but the sword tip, sword edge, and sword blade were real. The dense, murderous intent raged out in such an open and wild manner. As soon as this murderous intent appeared, the small fish, prawns, and snakes that were still around immediately scattered and fled in panic. This murderous intent seemed to be real. It was a real deterrent to all living things. The Calamity Sword's body was silver white, revealing a murderous intent. With a light wave, a silver white light flashed. Chu Yang clearly saw that the water in front of him was split into 2. It actually took a while for her to recover. Chu Yang couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't use any strength in this wave, but it was clear that it was like a dagger cutting through a piece of paper, and it was cut, cut. This was too unbelievable, drawing a sword to cut water. This had always been a legend used to describe the sharpness of a sword. Any expert would be able to split the water into 2 halves with a single slash of his saber. However, to be able to break the flow of water without using any strength at all, this was something that could only happen in legends. At least, the records in the heavenly continent were only legends, and there were no records of the real thing. But now, such a divine item had clearly appeared in his hands. Calamity Sword. Looking at the wonders of the Calamity Sword, Chu Yang sighed in disappointment. This was the Calamity Sword. Then, what did he get in his previous life? Was he the Calamity Sword Master in his previous life? Or was he the Calamity Sword Slave? Or was he not even a sword slave, a nobody? Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang's gaze focused on the Calamity Sword's body. The sword's body was still silver white and murderous, but after Chu Yang's gaze focused on it, this silver white light gradually became gentler. That insufferably arrogant, murderous intent also seemed to be gradually restrained. It was like an unparalleled demon king meeting his destined master, the kind of complete obedience from the soul to the body. Chu Yang looked at it without blinking. Finally, he felt that the Calamity Sword seemed to be carefully looking at him. The sword's body was slightly trembling, as if a little fellow was pitifully showing a fawning expression to its master. Then, the sword tip carefully slid out, gently stroking Chu Yang's hand, and hurriedly retracted. It continued to carefully fawn on him. Chu Yang's cold eyes did not move. The sword tip bent a few times, clearly showing an aggrieved look. The sword tip also slid down, also carefully touching Chu Yang's hand, and then retracted. Chu Yang still did not move. Then it was the sword's blade. After a long time, it slowly came over and stroked Chu Yang's hand. The light in Chu Yang's eyes became colder and colder, faintly revealing a hint of hostility. He said indifferently in his mind, "If you don't obey me, I'd rather not have the sword. It's no big deal." The The message that Chu Yang sent out a year ago was very faint but very resolute. As long as you say no, I'll give it up immediately. Even if it's an ancient treasure, I'll give it up if I say so. As if I'm abandoning my worn-out shoes. The sword tip and the sword tip both shouted angrily, as if they were angrily shouting, urging, and criticizing the sword's blade. Finally, the sword's blade was completely unfolded, gently sticking to Chu Yang's hand and curling up in a fawning manner. Chapter 321. The blade of the sword touched him again, and then retracted. Her movements were extremely gentle, and she was excessively cautious. It was as if a naughty child had just received a huge shock and couldn't recover for a while. Chu Yang finally smiled. Seeing him smile, the sword blade finally heaved a sigh of relief and went back. The 3 broken sword parts merged into one and let out a joyful sword hum. Then the entire sword was enveloped in a layer of soft white light, as if there was a layer of mercury flowing slowly on the sword. Then the entire sword was completely covered, emitting a faint pink blood light, which disappeared in a flash. The sword blade became silent. It was only at this moment that Chu Yang could clearly feel that the 3 fragments of the Calamity sword had finally merged completely, and their submission to him was also complete and thorough. If they were used by him, they had to be obedient. If they weren't, he would throw them away no matter how powerful they were. This was Chu Yang's principle. It was very domineering. Fortunately, he did it. In the space of consciousness, the sword spirit smiled softly. He couldn't help but think happily. Do you think I'm still one of those sword masters who followed your every request? However, this person was completely different from the one he had seen before. Thinking of this, he calmed himself down and turned into his human form in Chu Yang's space of consciousness. Wearing a green robe and holding a sword, he slowly practiced the 4 sword moves of the 3rd part of the sword blade. 1 blade across the sky for 10,000 autumns. This road leads to the netherworld. Cut off the passers-by in the mortal world. Where the blade is, everything ends. Chu Yang closed his eyes and immersed himself in the space of consciousness. He didn't miss anything as he watched the sword spirit dance. At the same time, he thought deeply about the concept of these 4 sword moves. The moment the blade of the Calamity sword completely returned to its original position, a colorless and odorless pure energy silently rushed out from the center of the lake. Its momentum was like thunder, and without anyone noticing, it directly rushed into the air. It was like a wild dragon that overturned the seas and rivers, wreaking havoc in the clouds. A huge aura spread out in all directions. The clouds in the sky were swept away in a breath's time. The blue sky was clear, and there wasn't a single cloud in sight. The bright moon had just set in the west, and the sky was full of stars, as if they were close at hand. However, in this extremely clear night sky, wind and thunder suddenly rumbled. Purple lightning whistled in the sky, incomparably swift and fierce. This was truly a spectacle that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. Too many people walked out of their rooms upon hearing the sound. They looked up at the night sky and clicked their tongues in wonder. At the Prime Minister's manor, Diwu Qingro was the first to discover this strange phenomenon. He had been calmly drinking tea at his desk, reading a book, and waiting for Yin Wutian's report. But the clouds had suddenly disappeared, and Diwu Qingrou's face had been shaken for a split second. Then he had silently arrived in the courtyard. It was as if he had always been in this place in the courtyard and had never moved. If someone familiar with Diwu Qingrou were to see this scene, their jaws would drop to the ground in shock. Thinking about it, didn't he not know martial arts? How could there be such a high level of cultivation now? However, no one in the world would dare to be presumptuous in front of Diwu Qingrou if they saw his current expression. Diwu Qingrou was currently looking up at the starry sky. His entire face was distorted and trembling. His mouth was half open, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His hands were tightly clenched into fists. The muscles of his body seemed to have congealed into stone. Diwu Ro hadn't breathed for half an hour. How can this be? How can this be? Diwu Ro finally let out a long breath. His eyes were somewhat powerless and frustrated as he looked at the starry sky. The Emperor's star is hidden, and its position is shifted back and forth. This is the image of the stars shifting. There is thunder in the clear sky, but there are no clouds. This is the omen of the reversal of heaven and earth. There is lightning in the starry night, and the bright moon shines. This is the beginning of the chaos of heaven and earth. The starry sky is washed, and the starlight is dyed red. This is the great calamity of blood in the blue dome of heaven. Diwu Ro's eyes were somewhat pained. Could it be that the appearance of the third fragment of the Calamity Sword will lead to a change in the law of evolution of the heavenly law? If so, then what is the point of my decades of planning? His voice was very low. It carried a strong unwillingness and a trace of hysterical madness. However, his expression had calmed down. However, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. They were filled with a bloody, murderous aura. So what? The corners of Diwu Ro's mouth held a trace of a sneer. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the deep starry sky. He sneered. How can the general trend be changed just because you say so? The general trend has been set. Even the heavens can't change it. I, Diwu Ro, swear that I will use my wisdom to deal with it to the end. I would rather be punished by the heavens than fail at the last step. My life is in my hands. What can the heavens do? Then he stood in the courtyard for a long time. His face became calmer and calmer. His eyes became more and more resolute and persistent. I will never give up. His hands behind his back gently clenched into fists. He muttered to himself in his heart. Then he turned around and walked back to his room. His footsteps were still relaxed. There wasn't a trace of panic in them. When the strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian were discussing matters in the camp. The entire Iron Cloud citadel had been cleaned up. With the list of Diwu Ro's original team provided by Chu Yang, it wasn't difficult at all to search for the flags. In a very short period of time, these spies were cleared out. Lax. Some of those who were on the run were also caught and brought to justice. If it weren't for the fact that they had to deal with the officials of Iron Cloud and the obstructions of some people who didn't understand the situation, this time would have been a third faster. Tai Butian's butcher's knife was finally aimed at the military after all the spies of Iron Cloud had been caught and cleaned out. However, the military was in a delicate situation. Great Zhao's army was pressing down on the border. Tai Longqing was guarding the front line. He didn't dare to move. Tai Longqing didn't dare to leave the front line to attend the funeral of Tai Shicheng. This wasn't disloyalty or unfilial behavior. It was just that if Tai Longqing wasn't there to strategize on the border, they wouldn't have a chance to fight against Great Zhao's army. It was as if Tai Longqing was walking on a tightrope on a high cliff. He was extremely careful. He was using every ounce of his strength to fight a battle of wits and courage with Great Zhao's army. He didn't dare to relax even a little bit. If any of the spies mentioned in the intelligence report were to be moved, it could cause serious problems. Moreover, some of them were very important to Tai Longqing. Tai Longqing would have been suspicious if someone else had come. The consequences would have been unthinkable if he had alerted the enemy. Therefore, Tai Butian had no choice but to personally lead the troops into battle. As long as he came to the army, the combination of imperial power and military power would have been the greatest strength. Before the departure, Tai Butian had followed Chu Yang Xian's instructions. He had recruited as many new soldiers as he could. He had done his best to mobilize the soldiers from all directions to the front line in waves. Tai Butian had a feeling of urgency. He had a clear premonition in his heart. The decisive battle is about to begin. Perhaps this newly appointed emperor's destiny will be fixed for eternity during this period of time. Perhaps he will achieve great feats for 1,000 years. Tai Butian's heart sank. Along the way, he had been thinking about what to say to Tai Longcheng. First, he had to convince Tai Longcheng. Then he would have to take down all of those people without alerting the soldiers. Basically, there was no wind or waves. He had been thinking about this problem for a long time. In the other carriage, King of Hell Chu, heir Niao Qianshan, was also thinking about something. She felt that she had not seen Chu Yang for a long time. During this period of time, she had even dreamt of meeting him several times. But every time she woke up, her tears would wet her pillow. She was only worried about whether Chu Yang was doing well. Was he okay? She didn't think about the things that Tai Butian was thinking about. Because Tai Butian had come personally, she only needed to make arrangements. She didn't need to worry about these matters for the time being. Another vexing matter was that Tai Butian was accompanied by a lot of experts on this trip. The experts of Beyond the Heavens sect had formed a small team. They were also acting as friendly guards. But there was one person that Wu Qianshan was worried about. It was Second Marshal Uncle Li Jinsong. Wu Qianshan even blamed her father, Wu Yunliang. You knew that he wasn't a good person. Why did you bring him along? Even if you wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to eliminate him, you shouldn't have chosen this time. Isn't this causing trouble? Wu Qianshan's heart was in a mess. Chu Yang didn't speak a single word along the way. This made the surrounding imperial bodyguards feel even more creeped out by the gloomy aura around him. So, each of them braced themselves as they cautiously spoke. They were afraid that they would provoke the notorious king of Hell Chu. The emperor was going on an inspection tour. Naturally, the momentum was not small. Tai Butian had already ordered for everything to be simple. But now was a critical time. The emperor was going to the front line. There was still a risk. Therefore, the Imperial Guards, and the garrison army were a big troop of 50,000 people. This didn't include the experts of Butian Pavilion and the other big sects. In the dead of night, Tai Butian's heart was in a mess. Coincidentally, Niao Qianshan was also very worried. The two of them walked out of the tent at the same time. They breathed in the cold wind and found each other there. Miss him. Tai Butian smiled mischievously. He was worried, but when he saw that someone was as worried as he was, and that he was secretly doing it, his mood was inexplicably comfortable. What's the use of missing him? Wu Qianshan's mood was very low, but she didn't hide it. Tai Butian had been looking for her more and more often. Sometimes he wouldn't leave. This made Wu Qianshan's heart tremble. She used this as a pretext to make things clear. There's someone deeply rooted in his heart. Niao Qianshan said sadly, I can clearly feel this. With that person's existence, there's no room for anyone else in his heart. But who's in his heart? Tai Butian was a little worried. He stood with his hands behind his back. He pondered over Wu Qianshan's words. He couldn't help but sigh deeply in his heart. Niao Qianshan wasn't the only one with this feeling. Tai Butian also felt it very clearly. When Chu Yang was alone, he longed for companionship. The deep longing and loneliness in his eyes all proved this. Chapter 322. People who were familiar with Chu Yang knew that Chu Yang's life wasn't complicated. In fact, it was extremely simple. If Chu Yang had someone he liked, it would definitely be in Beyond the Heavens sect. In fact, Wu Qianqian had checked every single person Chu Yang came into contact with after he was 10 years old. However, the results made Wu Qianqian even more confused. Such a person doesn't exist at all. It was impossible to have such deep feelings at the age of 8, right? That wouldn't be the truth. It would become a joke. Such a person had never appeared in the world. However, Chu Yang's expression clearly showed that he indeed had a sweetheart whom he would never change his mind about until death. This was strange. Tai Butian was obviously thinking about this problem. She thought for a while. Then, her expression suddenly became strange. She smiled and said, "Do you think he likes what?" Wu Qianqian turned her head. "Men." Tai Butian raised his eyebrows and smiled. "You're the one who likes men." Wu Qianqian's reaction was very intense. She didn't even think before rebutting the emperor of a country. However, Tai Butian wasn't angry at all. Instead, she laughed until her shoulders shook. Wu Qianqian was even more worried. "I scolded him like this, but he didn't get angry at all. It seems that he really likes me. What should I do? What should I do?" In that instant, Wu Qianqian was so worried that she could hardly breathe. At this moment, the two of them felt their eyes brighten. It was late at night. How could their eyes brighten? The two of them looked up at the same time. With just one look, one could see a miraculous sight. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. However, it was strange that there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The stars in the sky seemed to be trembling. Moreover, it seemed that the universe had changed. Tai Butian stared at the sky in a daze for a very, very long time. Even when the sky returned to normal, she remained motionless. After a very, very long time, she finally lowered her head. An extremely sharp glint flashed across her eyes as she murmured, "Ah!" Wu Qianqian didn't understand. She was about to ask, but Tai Butian had already turned around and returned to the tent. Then an order was issued. "Set out immediately. We must travel day and night. We must reach Tai Longcheng's commander's tent in the shortest time possible. Military orders must be obeyed." These people were the best of the best. With a single order, they immediately set off. Iron hooves rumbled as they headed towards the southern border. Along the way, Tai Butian's expression was very strange. There is exhilaration, fear, joy during this period of time. All the great clans had joined hands to encircle and annihilate them. It could be said that they had reaped a bountiful harvest. With the birth of the Calamity Sword, the seal here loosened. The number of spirit beasts was increasing. However, their grades weren't very high. The strength of the 3 stars divine clan that occasionally appeared wasn't as strong as the legend said. Therefore, the various aristocratic families were somewhat surprised. In the end, this defensive battle had simply become a place to crazily snatch the spoils of war. After all, the fur, bones, and cores of spirit beasts were all things that the great clans of the 3 heavens urgently needed. With these things, the younger generation of the clan would grow faster and faster. He couldn't possibly rely entirely on the purple crystals, right? Purple crystals were treasures that could only appear in the upper 3 heavens. The various clans had gone through untold hardships to obtain elixirs, strange stones, and other things from the upper 3 heavens. Then, they had sent their experts to the upper 3 heavens to exchange or purchase these things. Every piece of purple crystal was very valuable. Now, if they had a large number of cores of spirit beasts, they wouldn't have to accept that layer of recording. Moreover, the strength of the younger generation of the clan could also develop by relying on the spiritual power of the cores. So why not? Therefore, in the end, they basically crazily fought and slaughtered the spirit beasts to obtain resources. In fact, the various great clans had fought side by side against the enemy in the beginning. Then they schemed against each other and fought against each other. Hundreds of conflicts had broken out between them. Many of the experts of the clans didn't die in the mouth of the spirit beasts. Instead, they died under the attacks of their companions. It had to be said that these were three kinds of tragedies. Just as the spirit beasts had been driven into the depths of the Tsanglan battlefront, and the situation between the various great clans had become more and more uncontrollable, the situation suddenly changed overnight. Along with the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, the sealed area of the Tsanglan battlefront suddenly erupted with a strong light. Then, more than one place erupted with strong light. It made people inexplicably surprised. After the strong light disappeared, the people of the various great clans suddenly felt that the enemies they had encountered were becoming more and more difficult to deal with. Moreover, the experts of the 3 Stars Divine Clan had appeared once again. They were obviously more powerful than the previous ones. The people of the various great clans hadn't had enough time to adjust their mentality when the spirit beasts had already begun their counterattack. The Tsanglan battlefront was a desolate and uninhabited place where spirit beasts lived. So, how could it be occupied by humans? Although only one side had fallen at the moment, less than 1/10 of it had fallen. However, the turmoil it had caused was enormous. Along with the counterattack of the spirit beasts, the strength of the experts of the 3 Stars Divine Clan had become more and more tyrannical. They had been suppressed for a while, and their casualties had increased greatly. There was almost no need for people to organize. The various great clans had once again formed an alliance. Although there were still some conflicts between the alliances, they weren't as chaotic as before. Moreover, the quality of the spirit beast cores had increased along with the increase in the quality of the spirit beast cores. The quality of the cores had also risen along with the tide. Therefore, everyone had once again sunk into a chaotic battle with each other. However, there were also a few clans that were very strange. For example, the Gu clan, the Ji clan, the Luo clan, the Dong clan, and so on. Of course, the Mo clan was even stranger. Sometimes the Mo clan would have friction with the other clans, and sometimes they would fight. Sometimes they would be very close to each other. Everyone was taken aback by this. One or several spirit beasts had been surrounded by the people of the Gu clan, and the Luo clan was on one side. Moreover, these spirit beasts were very rare. The Gu clan and the Luo clan had never been on good terms. Everyone was guessing that the Luo clan would make a move to snatch the spirit beasts. The people of the Luo clan would disappear after the people of the Gu clan had completely killed the spirit beasts and obtained the spoils of war. In fact, the Luo clan would immediately join hands with the Gu clan if any other clan wanted to loot a burning house. Let the invaders suffer a great loss with their heads and faces covered in dirt. If the people of the Ji clan and the Dong clan had discovered the spirit beasts at the same time, there was no need for negotiation. One clan would have taken the initiative to withdraw. In fact, if the spirit beasts were tyrannical, one clan would have helped them for free. This kind of phenomenon was very rare in the Tsanglan battlefront. As for the Mo clan, it was somewhat difficult to say. Mo Tianyin led one team, and Mo Tianji led another team. The people who followed Mo Tianyin were very unlucky. They would often find something and it would be robbed. They would painstakingly kill one, and there would certainly be others waiting to take advantage of them. Once, Mo Tianyin finally discovered that the people of the Luo clan were killing a spirit beast. He gave an order to go and rob it. However, the Gu clan and the Dong clan soon followed and swarmed them. The Luo clan also immediately counterattacked and suffered a big loss. Mo Tianyin gnashed his teeth in hatred. These guys had always been at odds with each other. There had been a lot of friction between these people in the upper 3 heavens in the past. How could they collude with each other after going to the lower 3 heavens? Moreover, I heard that these people had gone to visit Little Sister. This shows that the Mo clan didn't have any evil intentions. So, Why are they treating me like this? What is going on here? Could it be that Mo Tianji took advantage of the situation in the lower three heavens to win over these people? Tianji shouldn't have such a side right now, right? However, Mo Tianyin had no choice but to bite the bullet and swallow this grievance in the upper three heavens in the Zhanglan battlefront. The chaos in the lower three heavens was secondary. The upper three heavens bore the brunt of this chaos. Moreover, the upper three heavens didn't have a buffer point like the Zhanglan battlefront. This time, even the big clans that ruled the heavens started to move. Others might not be aware of the danger, but they knew very well what this heaven and earth anomaly represented. The third fragment of the calamity sword had appeared. Moreover, the commotion this time was very different from usual. This caused the big clans to be on high alert. What they were worried about was not the 3 Stars Divine Clan or the Spirit Beast's rampage. They were worried about the Calamity Sword. According to the records, the Calamity Sword had appeared in the past few years. The time between the appearance of the Calamity Sword was at least 30 years. But this time, it had become once every half a year. This was too abnormal. Last summer, the first fragment of the Calamity Sword appeared and caused a storm. In the winter, the second fragment appeared and caused a storm. At that time, the big clans didn't think it was a big deal. After all, there was still a buffer of 20 to 30 years. Anything could happen in 20 to 30 years. The master of the Calamity Sword wanted to purge the heavens. This was a fact. To purge the heavens, he wanted to start with the big clans. This was also a fact. In the past, many big clans were on good terms with the master of the Calamity Sword. It wasn't that the big clans couldn't be kept, so they weren't in a hurry. However, the appearance of the third fragment caused everyone to panic. Heaven and earth were turned upside down. Heaven and earth were turned upside down. The stars were in disorder, and the sky was dyed red with blood. All of this showed that the master of the Calamity Sword was a real disaster. As long as he was allowed to grow, the great world dragon would definitely be doomed. Now, in a mere year, the master of the Calamity Sword had obtained 3 fragments of the Calamity Sword. This sword master's growth speed was simply unimaginable. If he continued at this speed, wouldn't he be able to obtain the entire Calamity Sword in 3 years and rule the heavens? So the big clans immediately reacted. It wasn't just them. The upper 3 heavens was extremely vast. Other than the big clans, there were countless small clans. There weren't many fools in these clans, but there were quite a few smart ones. Everyone could see that this time the heavens and earth would be turned upside down. Could their clans take advantage of this opportunity to leap over the Dragon's Gate? So everyone's heart was alive. This was an opportunity that only came once in 10,000 years. Chapter 3:23. Meng Chaoran, Tan Tan, and Xie Danfeng arrived at the Zhanglan battlefront at this time. This journey hadn't been easy. Meng Chaoran had always had Tan Tan and Xie Danfeng by his side, but he had thought of committing suicide several times despite his superb willpower. Xie Danfeng didn't know why, but she was very familiar with the Zhanglan battlefront. At least, she was very familiar with the periphery. She had no problem acting as a guide along the way. However, this little girl didn't know what she was thinking. She didn't seem to be going to crowded places along the way. They could still bump into a few people at the beginning, but they were surrounded by wind and sand later on. Meng Chao Ran was very experienced with this kind of change, so he naturally understood a little. This Miss Xie didn't have a big conflict with her family. She was just acting spoiled and unreasonable because of her temper. She would have gone back by herself after 2 or 3 days, but she bumped into Tan Tan when she came out. Miss Xie Danfeng was at her wits' end when she met this freak. At first, they were just fooling around, but the two of them fought side by side. Then, Tan Tan was an extremely righteous man. In Tan Tan's heart, it's okay to fight with a girl and refuse to admit defeat. But Tan Tan would yell at a dangerous moment when his life was in danger. "Woman, don't make trouble. Get lost." Tan Tan naturally thought women should hide in the back if men don't die when encountering danger. Tan Tan's way of doing things was undoubtedly rude. It was also very impolite, but Miss Xia Dan Feng, who was like a female T-Rex, liked this kind of thing. Miss Xia Dan Feng had always been intrepid since she was a child. Every little boy of her age had been beaten black and blue by her, and had been thrown off their feet. She had always been a big sister since she was a child. No one had ever treated her like a girl. Even her parents could only lament. Just think of it as raising two children. Therefore, Xia Dan Feng grew up in such a vigorous manner. But it was undeniable that girls needed to be protected and taken care of. No matter how valiant a woman was, she still needed warmth. However, Miss Xia had never enjoyed this kind of gentle care that other girls could easily have for their entire lives. Although this was also her fault. After all, no one wanted to be treated with such gentleness and care for a girl, only to be met with a weird cackle and then a series of punches and kicks. But as she grew older, Miss Xia sometimes envied other girls. But at this time, her personality had already taken shape, and her image in other people's minds had also taken shape. For example, Xia Dan Feng and a boy of the same age were injured together. If someone came forward to comfort them, they would only comfort that boy. If someone wanted to comfort Xia Dan Feng, they would definitely be stopped by someone next to her. "Wow, what are you doing?" That was Xia Dan Feng, therefore, this person also left. No one knew that Xia Dan Feng needed someone to comfort her at this time. However, they had suddenly encountered a freak like Tan Tan at this time. He couldn't help but feel that it was a rare commodity worth hoarding. Tan Tan liked her, and Xia Dan Feng could see this. However, Tan Tan would never wrong himself for the sake of satisfying himself. It was even more impossible for her to cater to his liking. But Xia Dan Feng didn't take it to heart. After all, a girl needed this feeling of being pursued. An ordinary girl would be a mother by the time she reached the age of 17. Then she would be engaged. But no one dared to ask about Xia Dan Feng until now. It wasn't that she wasn't beautiful, but that no one dared to. Basically, the legs of youngsters of the right age would go soft when they heard Xia Dan Feng's name. It was said that there was once a duke of an aristocratic family. His parents said that they wanted to go to the Xia clan to propose marriage. But this duke pinched a rope and tied it to the beam of the house. He tied 2 knots and then solemnly requested, "Any other girl of the Xia clan is fine, and any other girl of the aristocratic family is fine as well. It doesn't matter even if she is a little ugly, but if it's Xia Dan Feng, your son will hang himself here today." This clearly showed how famous Xia Dan Feng was. But now, Xia Dan Feng was enjoying Tan Tan's pursuit. This made her feel a little satisfied and complacent. She couldn't help but want to enjoy it for a while. This guy didn't know how to pursue a girl, and he was a little ugly. But even a mosquito's leg was meat. No matter what, this great aunt had someone pursuing her, right? Xia Dan Feng had gambled with Tan Tan along the way. So, she had already emptied her purse. But Tan Tan's clothes were bulging and he was arrogant. Of course, Xia Dan Feng wasn't convinced. So, she wanted to win it back. Later, the fighting strength of the spirit beasts increased. So, Tan Tan fought bravely without any regard for his own safety. He wouldn't let her fight. Even Meng Chao Ran was somewhat scared after struggling on the verge of death dozens of times. So, how could Xia Dan Feng's heart not be moved? Therefore, Big Miss Xia was thinking in her heart, "This guy doesn't know how to flirt. But I don't need a man to know how to flirt with my temper." He was a little ugly, but his shocked expression was still somewhat interesting. Well, he was at least an elegant and beautiful youth when he was shocked. Therefore, Xie Danfeng's heart was somewhat active. Sometimes she could even blush. Her brother Xie Danqiong would have been stunned if he had seen this phenomenon. However, Xie Danfeng had also learned that Tan Tan and Meng Chao didn't belong to any clan. They were just two loose people. How could the clan agree to such people? To put it bluntly, the clan wouldn't agree to let Xie Danfeng marry Tan Tan, even if she couldn't get married to a pig or a dog of a big clan. Big Miss Xie was well aware of this point. Therefore, she consciously led the two of them further and further away, and they went more and more remote. They couldn't meet the people of the Xie clan, no matter what. Meng Chao was very clear about this girl's thoughts. Therefore, he didn't say anything. After all, he had come here to gain experience. So, wasn't he going there to gain experience? If he could find a wife for his disciple without delaying his experience, then it would be a wonderful thing for both parties. Therefore, Meng Chao neither agreed nor disagreed. These two people were about to start the latest competition, and the bet was the core of a 4th-grade spirit beast that Xie Danfeng had just obtained. However, the situation was still one-sided. Tan Tan's progress had increased by leaps and bounds during this time. Xie Danfeng had fallen into a disadvantageous position in terms of physical strength, sword, and spiritual power. Xie Danfeng was thrown to the ground by Tan Tan after fighting for less than a quarter of an hour. Then he grabbed her arms and rode on her back. He then shouted in high spirits, "Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat?" Xie Danfeng didn't know why, but her entire body suddenly went soft when he sat on her this time. She propped up her upper body to resist and fell to the ground with a puff sound. Her entire body went soft as she shouted, "Let me go first!" Tan didn't notice the change in this girl's tone. He was still panting like a fiend. He raised his eyebrows and glared at her. "Speak. Do you admit defeat? Let me go first." Xie Danfeng was somewhat anxious. Her body was getting softer and softer as she was being ridden. Moreover, it seemed as if a spring tide had emerged in her heart, and her lower abdomen didn't seem to have any offspring. "No," Tan angrily said. "Do you want to act shamelessly? You have to make it clear that you've lost this time's inner core, right?" Xie Danfeng struggled. She felt the strong friction and that strong masculine aura. God knows why she was so sensitive today. Xie Danfeng's eyes were almost hazy. She moaned and said, "You said that you're regretting it, so it's yours. You bad guy. Quickly let me go." Her voice even sounded a little coquettish. Xie Danfeng herself couldn't have imagined such a voice coming out. Is this what I'm saying? It's so corny. However, Tan didn't hear anything. He was still like a man with a heart of steel. "No, you have to admit defeat first. You don't want to admit defeat and act shamelessly? Humph. He raised his eyebrows. Then he freed his hand and slapped her round buttocks twice. Her buttocks rippled as he smacked them. Then he proudly said, "Don't think that I won't dare to hit you. Humph." He gently slapped her again as he spoke. He wanted to prove that he dared to hit her. In fact, he was very daring. Cough. It's well known that a girl's body is more sensitive sometimes. Cough. Miss Xie Danfeng is also a tribulation this time. She has encountered that sensitive time, and she has met this devil star, Tan. The reaction was even more intense after these 2 slaps. Xie Danfeng suddenly had a wonderful feeling. It seemed as if something mysterious was gushing out of her body in an unstoppable manner. Her body trembled violently. Then it trembled violently a few times. Then it trembled violently again. Her entire body suddenly lost its strength. She weakly lay on the ground for a while. She was ashamed, angry, and ashamed. So she started to cry. Tan panicked. He hastily let go of her hand and got down from her body. Then he rubbed his hands together and said, You, why are you crying? You don't cry, you. Oh, Xie Danfeng felt even more ashamed. So she simply lay on the ground and burst into tears. What's going on? What's going on? Tan was at a loss. He didn't know what was going on with this Mississippi. Isn't it always like this? We had a fight 2 days ago. So why is it like this today? Xie Danfeng continued to cry when she saw that this rash man didn't come forward to comfort her. Finally, Tan slowly walked forward, and stooped down. Xie Danfeng felt a little comforted in her heart. This bastard has finally come over. Humph. However, she heard Tan sniffing when he was about to help her up. Then he twitched his nose and shook his big head. He sniffed here and there. Then he suspiciously scratched his scalp and said, What's that smell? It's very strange. It's somewhat like... Xie Danfeng stared blankly for a moment. Then she suddenly blushed. She was very ashamed. She didn't know where her strength came from. But she fiercely jumped up when she saw that Tan was sniffing here and there. Then she ferociously kicked his belly. The strength of this kick was extremely great. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.